So we're always learning something new every day. And proud to be here to shed some light and bring anybody else that's interested towards the light. So we're going to go through a quick little presentation, kind of at a baptism by fire, getting into the light stuff with a natural disaster that happened here in Effingham, Illinois. So anybody that has questions, we'll take it at the end, whether it relates to the disaster relief stuff, NH3 or otherwise. We'll be happy to help out. I'm getting a little bit of an echo, so if you can hear myself the second time, that's the second time.
I don't hear echo. Sorry, I don't hear echoing. You're good. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'm going to mute me, though.
Okay. All right, so we started with our disaster relief as a response to an anhydrous spill in T-Topless, Illinois. So we have a link here. You can go read up on the article. It was the fourth largest in the world. Typically, they're happening near the bays, the oceans. A lot of the fallout's going into the ocean, and this one's happening in the middle of the Midwest. So we're about an hour east of St. Louis, an hour west of Terre Haute, and south of Champaign. So if anybody knows where the University of Illinois is, Interstate 57 and 70 cross right where we're at. So what happened during this incident was road construction on Interstate 70. Folks were diverted to the highway, and a tanker truck and a civilian vehicle hit. So all of the surrounding departments doing what they do. I'm also a first responder. Went to the scene when they were called. They didn't know what they were getting into. Naturally, we're just trying to handle it best that they could. So what they came up on was 4,000 gallons of pure anhydrous ammonia leaking out within a residential, let's say, rural community. So once they realized what was happening, obviously it's a little too late. So they set up their perimeters, evacuation plans, safe zones, and called in hazmat to help out with the situation. So our initial response, working with the team from LightMD, reflecting back, was a lot of endless days and hours, trying to come up with something to help these individuals in any way, shape, or form to prevent chronic illness and things down the road. So we heard a lot of responses from folks that it was, just a freak accident, won't happen again, and it's no different than propane. Well, there's a lot of differences, and it has happened on the rail cars here in Effingham prior, and it has happened in Ohio, and it's happened up in northern Illinois, and it's not uncommon. It's just that it doesn't seem to get followed up on very well and brushed under the rug. So the positives that we're going to focus on are what we were able to do to help these folks out. So we jumped into this primarily because of the literature review, historical events. We've used things like ventilators to help folks overseas. The United States actually sent them over in response to an anhydrous spill. So knowing within our literature that LightMD can act in a similar way brings about a homeostatic response and helps the body to push anything that's extracellular back out, right? So that was our simple start. The wheels got turning, and we started to identify folks that would be able to help us. So fire chiefs, we know this from disaster relief literature within counseling and counselor education, that you got to figure out who those folks are that are going to be able to help. And it turns out that some of these officials were actually the first ones on scene, and were very open, supportive of us doing something that hasn't been done before, which is a huge step, not just for the light community, the sound community, but for the holistic approaches that are coming up in today's world that we can't really avoid using, conjunctive to medication and our physicians. So we jumped into it because we didn't, at this point, it was, basically medical negligence. We had first responders that were already coming into the office to receive care, whether it be through light or mental health. So knowing this information and the support behind it, we had a duty to answer the call, and we did. So LightMD was huge. Was the team of researchers, Richard Williams, Dan Schell, Brooke McGeever, Jeff McGeever, the whole crew. There's endless, the folks that met in our quarterly meetings, folks overseas that were helping out. Didn't stop until we figured out what a protocol would be. And then we started to implement. It was revised a few times. And we began treatments within the same time for a civilian before we even had the protocol, just a basic 4-step treatment process. So a lot of the things we were treating were itchy skin, folks having a hard time sleeping at night was one of the number one things, restlessness, the dehydration, headaches, stuffy. Also threw in some complications because we had a lot of folks that were struggling with colds throughout that time of the year. It was late fall. So we had the colder evenings, but obviously not dealing with a whole lot of allergies at that time. So we were able to help the civilians that we treated initially relieve the itchy skin and the irritation, help them sleep at night, help them to feel more clear-headed, relief from some brain fog, and also help with the respiratory process. So that was a very quick response. And with getting into the fire station, we ran into a few issues. We had little man and woman power on the ground to provide treatments. So we began training volunteers. So essentially, first responders were responding for first responders. Volunteers were able to get through a quick training process, how to implement the machine, how to find the treatments, how to appropriately wrap the pads, how to apply the pads, the pad placements. So we were typically running an anterior ENT with 3 pads because the brain holds most of the water. The anhydrous goes to the brain immediately. The NIH has called it metabolic brain disorder when you're exposed to too much anhydrous ammonia, especially at the state that is pure. So we're not talking cleaning products in a bathroom. We're talking it running straight out of a tanker. So the flexibility piece, we were able to work with everyone that was involved had a full-time job. So we had to set up with help of fire chief and fire chief from Shumway, fire chief from Topolis, Montrose. We were able to get those folks to help us within this process. So it was very multi-dimensional response here. And so we got all of those folks in mornings at 6:30, and then we would do some afternoons whenever they were able to come in for lunch. They were all very helpful, very appreciative. But at the beginning, we also ran into some of the issues of firefighters are stoic. I did what I had to do. A few responses were, hey, I don't need, I can handle it. It's okay. It was my job. We won't ever lose that. But the changes that we've seen in the last 3 years of folks coming in for treatment rather than having to be sought out has just been mind-blowing. Folks that weren't even involved with the anhydrous spill had started to come in. Hey, I wasn't even there. Still can't sleep. I've had some things in the past that have come up. Different fire calls, structure fires, vehicle accidents. I would like to see if this would help. And we inform everybody, we're not healing anything. We're not giving you a medication, but the light is helping the cells in the body respond to get back to where it needs to be. So we're helping your body to help itself throughout the process. So where does it come into disaster relief? If you ask me, it's across this whole process. Prevention, whether it's cardiopulmonary with first responders, it's number one cause of death. We're looking at smoke inhalation. So healthier lungs are able to respond better to an incident that occurs. So as we go into structure fires, I continuously, as first responder, I will do my regular treatment protocol once every 2 or 3 months, just to make sure that my immune system, my body's staying balanced, and I'm prepared to be able to do the things that I have to do in that line of work. Similarly to our medical field, we looked at COVID, right? Folks were overworked. They were answering a call, responding to an ethical oath that they had to treat civilians, first responders, other individuals within the medical field that they work next to. So that causes issues with sleep, the deprivation. We need the rejuvenation. So we're talking a whole dynamic. It's not just first responders, but we're able to step up and implement this in any stage of the disaster relief process, whether it be COVID, whether it be floods, whether it be fires. We're not just talking structure fires, but also wildland fires out in California. Being able to get there for those individuals to help their body respond and recover when they're giving everything that they have for the community and their brothers and sisters that are helping next to them. Which goes along with the mitigation, preparedness, the response. We obviously have a team, and we'll continue to have a team that's able to respond, and the recovery. So once we go in, once you come out, feel like you're 50% of what you were before an incident. This is where we're able to help the first responders to recover in order to continue to respond to the folks that they need to take care of. So circling back around and making a full little process loop here is light has been, it's in the research and will continue. There's new articles coming out every day. There are new incidents, just like what took place here in Effingham County, that are happening throughout the world on a constant basis. Is all light created equal? No. The technology behind different machines, medical devices, have the capability of doing other things. Is all light good? Yeah, for the most part. We have FDA approved heating pads, but they're, that next step in our future is are we treating our first responders who are giving everything with the best medical light equipment that we can? That's not to negate or to mitigate any of the other devices, but we need appropriate machines for appropriate applications, ailments, diseases, to help the body respond and fight back, not just to the pain and the inflammation, but to the deep tissue that may be damaged and the neuropathy. So bringing this into just my push for the future and down the road, not just as a first responder, but as a clinician, as a lover of education and learning, is bringing this in to where every individual department within the firehouse can go back, have trained individuals, whether it be themselves, their medical staff, the EMS, and be able to utilize this across the field to help them continue to do what they do, and with the risk and response, not just our first responders, our police officers, veterans who have experienced combat trauma, anything from physical illnesses, ailments, all the way to the mental health spectrum of things. So working with the depression, the anxiety, mitigating the PTSD, light is the answer that we haven't had. And it is simple, and it's hard for individuals at times to understand something that can do so much yet be so simple. But we have it. It's been here. It's science. We get down and depressed when we don't have enough light outside, when we get through the dark side of winter. and we're waiting for that sun to come back out. We naturally want it. Now it's up to how can we provide it, and how can we provide it in an ethical way, in the correct way, and help to educate others that it's out there and it's an option. So my ending piece here to the disaster response was that the silent light balances out the silent killer, which was NH3. So here's my contact info. I think y'all probably already have it. Feel free to reach out. I love to learn. I love to talk. And most of all, I love to learn from other folks. So anything you want to share or any questions that you might have, I would love to help out and answer them. Thanks, y'all.
Hey, Jonathan.
What's up? What's up?
Thank you for joining us and doing that.
How are you? How are you? Is it sunny
well,
over there?
Thank you. Half sunny, happening in the office, but this cloud layer is just starting to burn off. So now we have these like iridescent tablecloths on the outside, and it's like blinding outside. So I was just like out there like, whoa, like pulling stuff off. But yeah, things are going good.
Good.
But thank you for joining us and allowing that talk to happen and giving everybody an idea of what you do and how you can help people and what you've been able to accomplish with all those different types of ailments and things. So thank you again. I'm going to jump off here for a second and get our next talk, but give me 1 second. I want to see if there was any questions that I have, but I didn't see any. So give me 1 second.
All right, Jonathan, I've got a question for you.
What you got, Brooke?
My question would be, in the last few years of you using the LightMD system, what has blown your mind the most? What are you inspired? Oh, see, look, my alarm for your Q&A just happened. What has really blown your mind? And what, like, the most unexpected and like, wow thing?
That's it. That's going to be a deep question. So, because I think honestly, that's why I love using the light in the office on a daily basis. Is there's something every day that blows your mind, which is the fun part. It makes like you're learning something consistently. So you're helping educate others, but at the same time, there are days where you walk out and you're like, holy, like, yeah, that took place today in the office. So the big one for me that I think is amazing every time, and we've had a few folks that have not gotten a full sense of smell. So it's something like a skunk or feces, but they can smell other things. Popcorn, perfume, cologne, body odors. I've never seen people more excited to smell body odor again. Or I can smell when my kid is pooped to their diaper. I would love to smell baby crap again. But that's the biggest one I think for me from 16-year-olds to mid 60s when folks come in for that short 4 to 6 treatments and they're like, I can smell again, I can taste again. We had an elderly individual that came in and I think she ate like 6 of my Snickers the day after we did her first COVID treatment, and she's like, it tastes so good, and it helped her to get her body weight back up, her energy back, and you have so many things with the mental health side, like your memory. A lot of those things are jarred by your senses. So if you're going the rest of your life without having it, it's hard for your brain to code those positive memories. Your mental health naturally is going to decline. So it's huge to see the two and the smile on people's faces. So they come back in and they're like, smell for the first time in 3 years. And there's not a medication for that. So that's probably my biggest one. It just makes me like I get the warm and fuzzies inside because the folks that come in and they're like, there's no other thing that will help. So when you look at light and how we have to have it for the future is we don't have any other answers for some. So
I love that, because you're exactly right. There's recently a study that came out and said that when your vision is impaired and your hearing is impaired, that your cognitive abilities decreases rapidly. Like it could decrease, I think, I don't want to make up a number, but I think it was like 40%, like 37, something, a lot. And recently I met a guy who, I don't know how old he is because I didn't check his birthday, but he's, let's say, in his 70s, potentially 80s. And he is having a big time eye issue and he already has hearing aids. And literally his eyes are red, inflamed. He has glaucoma. They're itchy. He came in for one session and we helped him. But he also said on his forms, his cognition has suffered dramatically. His energy has suffered dramatically. And all since his eyes have been like that, because the information that you're trying to process with the light and through your eyes is not helping those neurons to fire. And because those are not getting the input, the brain's not able to work as much. So I really like your adding the sense of smell, because that's another one of those senses that you don't realize can impact the whole overall health of people.
The smell, the taste. I mean, how many times being a pregnant wife at the time and having certain things that you eat, your mental health is like, oh my gosh, chocolate, for instance. And we use a lot of the somatic grounding is doing sensory pieces like smells, flowers. When you get a nice warm summer day and you go outside, you just can't because you can smell it. Like smelling the rain at times. It all affects our food, and it's harder to ground your gut and body. You don't have the sensory piece there. So that's probably my favorite, connecting the body and disaster, crisis that we've all faced in the world, and it's pretty sweet to be a part of it.
I love that. Thank you for sharing. Do you notice that too with touch? Like when the pads go on people that have known it or had a bigger healing journey with the light, that as soon as you touch them with the pads or as soon as they're on your table, that their shoulders drop, they exhale, and they even like verbally make a sound and their body shows even before you've even turned on the light. Does that happen with you too?
Oh yeah.
And that's that connection.
Yeah, and if you have like even the folks that come in once a week for the mental health treatments, had one just last week and he came in at 6:30 in the morning. He's like, I look forward to this. Like I've been telling my wife all week, like I just can't wait to go back in because it helps me reset. And like that. It's like they can't help but express it. And
Yeah.
when we're talking about sensitive, I did have, I think I've shared this with you before, but retired state police officer. And he came in for depression, anxiety, and his biggest piece was he had experienced cranial neuropathy. But there was nothing that could be prescribed to help him get it back. So where he lost feeling was his hands and his feet. He said were like concrete rocks, just walking around all the time. And so we never treated the hands or the feet, but he got his sense of touch in his hands, and he could feel again, and his feet. So the reason that was huge is they were his coping skills, right? He rode horses. He loved petting his horses. He loved taking care of them.
Yes.
And next to that, he goes, how I get centered and grounded when I'm having, an off day is working on my feet. I like to weed eat the yard, the pasture, do yard work, and he's like, it was struggle for me to even get out and do that because the cranial neuropathy. And so just being able to help clients get their coping skills back is amazing. Amazing.
You're spot on. Give me 1 second. Let me just take this picture that Stacy is asking about. Okay, 11:30. Awesome, Jonathan. Well, I gotta run over there. So I'm gonna let you go. You can hang. You can also just log off. I have other videos. Did you see my rainbow today? I have pants to match too. Hold on, look. And then my rainbow shoes. Yes, I love it. I like the poster too in the back. Good. Thank you. Thanks for being here and sharing your wisdom with Light, and good luck with the move-in, and have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Bye. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks.
I don't expect them to get off the table feeling a ton of relief. They come in and they're already down to a 6 or an 8 or a 4 in pain, which I believe is the body understanding, using that energy to help those tissues and muscles relax that may be guarding those areas of pain. Now, if they don't feel it, how I explain it to them is that it's working. We are biologically human, and light, it just by the science and the nature of it, is it works. And what I let them know to expect in about 6 to 8 hours for it to really kick in, and then the morning. Give me a moment, everybody. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Do I need to give you another sticker? Your passport? I'll know what I see. That's why I'm managing this stuff. Thank you. I just met your biggest cheerleader.
Could a simple beam of light totally change how we recover from knee surgery? Let's take a look. Look, knee surgery is super common, but what if that recovery process could be a whole lot better? After a total knee replacement, the first big enemy.
All right, let's tackle.
What if we could fight viruses not with drugs, but with light? Let's dive into this new approach. You know, our usual method is to find a virus, then design a drug. But is that really fast enough? I mean, that whole process takes months, sometimes years, all while the virus spreads and mutates. So what if we just flip the script? Instead of chemistry, we could use energy. It's called photobiomodulation, or PBM, basically using specific light to help our own bodies fight back. The light gives your cells powerhouses a boost, helping to dial down inflammation when needed. And here's the cool part. Because it works on our cells, viruses can't just mutate to escape it. But for something like COVID-19, it's not just about the science. The strategy is absolutely key. You have to treat the entire infected organ at once. If not, the virus can just hide and reinfect. And that's where this amazing tech comes in. Flexible 3D pads that cover huge areas with uniform light. Okay, so the big question, does it actually work? Well, the results are pretty jaw-dropping. Get this, in the studies, 100% of acute COVID patients made a full recovery. And it was fast. Most of them were back on their feet in just 4 days. For the most severe cases, it cut hospital stays by a whopping 80%, a huge difference. And you can literally see it working. This chart shows a key inflammation marker just plummeting to normal. But what about long COVID?
So if you sit, Mom, if you sit on the couch right there in the end, you can see when people come in. So Brooke designed all these videos and then my talks. So these are called.
Usual method is to find a virus, then design a drug. Is that really fast enough? I mean, that whole process takes months, sometimes years, all while the virus spreads and mutates. So what if we just flip the script? Instead of chemistry, we could use energy. It's called photobiomodulation, or PBM, basically using specific light to help our own bodies fight back. The light gives your cells powerhouses a boost, helping to dial down inflammation when needed. And here's the cool part. Because it works on our cells, viruses can't just mutate to escape it. But for something like COVID-19, it's not just about the science. The strategy is absolutely key. You have to treat the entire infected organ at once. If not, the virus can just hide and reinfect. And that's where this amazing tech comes in. Flexible 3D pads that cover huge areas with uniform light. Okay, so the big question, does it actually work? Well, the results are pretty jaw-dropping. Get this, in the studies, 100% of acute COVID patients made a full recovery. And it was fast. Most of them were back on their feet in just 4 days. For the most severe cases, it cut hospital stays by a whopping 80%, a huge difference. And you can literally see it working. This chart shows a key inflammation marker just plummeting to normal. But what about long COVID? The research looked into that too, with some really promising results. Symptoms like brain fog, memory issues, and trouble breathing, they all saw major improvements. Check out these brain scans. The top is before, the bottom is after. The change is just stunning. That improved brain connectivity lines up directly with patients reporting better memory and focus. So it's a totally different mindset. not attacking the virus, but strengthening our own defenses. It might even be preventative. In one group, family members exposed to the virus stayed completely healthy. This gives us a whole new
You're
strategy
learning.
for public health,
Yes.
a way to make our bodies more
How is
resilient.
learning in here?
So, could an energy-based approach like this be our first line of defense against the next pandemic?
We've got somebody live, a physical therapist, coming on in 15 minutes to talk about women's pelvic floor health.
How does it
Oh,
look
really?
on a cellular level? What can you expect from different pain patterns? Who's a good fit? What do you need to look out for? What dosing actually works, and how can you maximize those results? Have you heard of the new dual channel strategy? What if you could have a repeatable chronic pain protocol for your clinic? Great news. You see it. Get ready to learn all of this and more on today's Pain Masterclass. I'm Dr. Mark T. Wade, founder of the American Posture Institute, and your co-host on the Pain Summit. The purpose of the Pain Summit is to provide healthcare professionals like you with proven solutions to help your patients overcome chronic pain. I'm honored to welcome our next guest expert on the Pain Summit, Jeff McKeever. Jeff is the legendary California branch manager for LightMD and co-owner of UltraRed Light in Newport Beach. He trains clinicians and home users on LightMD Mark II Photobiomodulation systems, focusing on safety, dosing, and outcomes. His work centers on practical protocols that reduce pain, calm inflammation, and accelerate recovery. And today, he will be sharing with us the LightMD Mark II live demo. Practical photobiomodulation dosing strategy for chronic pain. Jeff, thank you for joining us as a speaker on the Pain Summit. Please take it away.
Dr. Mark, thank you for having me today on the American Pain Summit. I'm very excited to share with you all what we have here with LightMD, the advanced phototherapy system, unlike anything you've seen. Now, I'm going to be talking about practice dosing strategies as well as how we get to lasting results. And I have with me here an opportunity to really give you an insight how this system differs from all the other stuff on the market. Now, I come to you in a unique position where I not only get a chance to treat people daily at my clinic, also representing the technology, but I've had my own experience being a former D1 athlete and understanding that there are other modalities out there that can really reduce the pain signals within the body, giving you an opportunity to heal naturally. Now, sometimes you may need surgery, sometimes you may need some other opportunities to understand how you can improve those tissues or systems of the body that aren't functioning correctly. But I'm going to bring to you this medical grade EM system by LightMD. So we all know that on the market right now, there's a lot of red light.
So is this on the?
What LightMD does
gotcha.
differently, you have a true grade photobiomodulation system. Now, what photobiomodulation is these days is a therapeutic application, non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation in the near-infrared and visible light spectrum applied to living cells to invoke that metabolic and gene expression mechanisms combating the disease and injury and pain. Now, with our system, you can see we have a long list of certificates. And from these certificates, we've had 26 years to have a lot of R&D research, publicized papers, and really giving our patients, our practitioners, an opportunity to do something that's going to be long-lasting, and giving you confidence to know it's a medical grade system. So as you can see here, we have a lot of different certificates, FDA approval here in the US, 510K approved. We've been through medical trials, and we can prove our efficacy through that. So I want to go through just a real quick credentials of LightMD and this Mark II system. Okay, now we have a system that is unlike anything else. And one of the reasons that we can have very much confidence in telling you all about this is because we have our own operating system that over the years we have developed these programs which now have turned into new recipes for us. And I will go into that a little bit later. But as you can see, we have a very small tabletop system, portable, accessible within any type of condition, whether you're in a hospital or you're in a clinic setting. It doesn't take up a lot of room. It allows you to have multiple patients on a dual system panel operating, This gives your patients and yourself a chance to treat a dual channel aspect. So we have these LightMD pads that are also patented. So we work through a multitude of wavelengths, but today I'm going to be focusing on the red and near infrared aspect to do the mitochondrial activation and get that cellular repair and energy that we are looking for when addressing chronic pain. So you can see here that we have 2 sets of pads. Independently, each channel can operate up to 3 pads. Also gives us the opportunity to extend these pads and show coverage on the quad, which I'll get into a little bit later. These configurations also give us the ability to bend the pads and have the flexibility to configure around body parts, and that really gives us the ability to get deep in the tissues and have that penetration. So with a large treatment area, we have up to 6 pads, which gives us a 1,200 centimeters squared opportunity to cover large additional organs like the lungs, which is something that we don't see often in other types of publications, as they might be using a spot treatment of laser or a handheld device when we get into this. So I just want you to be aware that we have gone through rigorous testing to make sure that our software and hardware is safe and efficacious. We also have patents, and these patents protect us, and this is why you're not going to see anything else like this on the market. So just to give you a full understanding of what lighting offers in these wavelengths is knowing that red and near infrared light is going to give us that mitochondrial activation. Cytochrome C oxidase activation and generating that ATP, which our body is going to need to put us into that healing state and get the results that we are looking for, which are going to be repeatable. These are not things that are just one-off that you're going to be looking for. How am I going to continue to repeat this with my next patient? These are everyday results that I see in my clinic. And from that, I want to go over some of those protocols, but we also have the ability to work with other wavelengths. So specifically the green, the blue, and the violet are other things that we offer. And each of these wavelength pads also come with the near infrared setting. So we're always going to be able to
here's a little bowl
using near infrared. So when we're talking about chronic pain, there are a lot of different areas in the body that chronic pain can sit into, or just pain itself. It can be from infection, immune response, even everyday injury. We know that inflammation is a big part of this response. So when we have this system, we have the ability to do all sorts of things to help the body get natural. And one of those is going to be improving circulation and tissue oxygenation, but really generating that ATP gives our body a chance to really get down to the root cause of what's giving all these symptoms in our body, or as a whole, not allowing our body to function properly. So using this system to combat muscle spasm, cramp, soreness, those are everyday things. But really getting down into the ability to use this for chronic pain, we're going to take a dual system approach. And what I mean by that is we're going to be addressing systemic as well as systems of the body, or looking, So with the therapeutic benefits of LightMD, we're able to use a dual channel aspect in really addressing not only the systemic pain and the root cause, but also treating the site specific. So through LightMD, we have the ability to even get deep into the brain and have transcranial treatment, which is unlike any other system you might see on the market. So going through some of the advantages and why we are able to get down into this deep tissue penetration. You can see here with the energy coupling that we have, I'll show you really quick.
Jeff, do you have a timer for Josh?
We talked about it, they're medical grade. So using these pads here and placing them directly down the core of the body, I am able to address the vagus nerve and calming and relaxing the systems to get ready to be into that place of healing. So utilizing these pads, which are bendable and flexible, I can cover a large surface area, getting down into that deep tissue penetration. And with our extensive portfolio of having programs as well as recipes, which we call sessions, we are going through a multitude of pulsed frequencies. And utilizing our frequencies, they are very tissue specific. So right here, I'm showing that I can be placing the pads directly on the core of my body, treating the thymus, solar plexus into the gut. And this is very important when trying to put somebody into a rest and restore place. So we want to make sure that our pads are large enough to cover these areas of the body to address the system that might be responsible for what is causing the root, which might be responsible for the symptoms that are causing the pain. So also have another pad placement of a neck collar. This is also going to show you that we can get into those glands like a thyroid or treat neck pain here. But what's really great about this understanding of our neck pad is it doubles and works to treat transcranially over the brain here. We also get into the brain from underneath the jowls here. So we have a lot of flexibility, not literally in the pads themselves, but also with pad placements that we can place on the body, giving us a range of places that we can treat and make these long-lasting effects on our patients and clients to give them what we know is the right therapeutic dose. And a lot of people out there are trying to figure out, how do we get that therapeutic dose correct? Well, it really comes down to delivering the right wavelengths. And we know with the red and near-infrared light,
Going out to 600 people,
utilizing those wavelengths to address every
They're part of the
tissue,
ILA,
deep into
International
those
Light
tissues for
Association.
long-lasting results. When we get down there, it just doesn't happen. People just think, oh, I could just shine red light and it's going to get down to all the way down to the tendon or the ligament. Well, that's not necessarily true. And by having the depth penetration that we can actually prove through our efficacy in our trials and published papers that we've shown, we know that we're invoking a full PBM effect. And that is not true for all systems on the market. And that's why LightMD is very unique. Giving us the ability to sequence multiple wavelengths as well, using the red and the near-infrared, or, for example, in near-infrared, we're able to get a response without the overheating. And a lot of people out there are familiar with using a device that might look a little bit different, and they're trying to figure out, how far away do I stand from it? Am I getting the right amount of energy? Is this making an effect, a long-lasting effect on the tissue? And the answer is, we don't know, because they might get mixed results, where our results with LightMD are constant. They're always going to be changing for what the patient or client needs. And through that, we have seen long-lasting results, which I run myself out of business quite often, because I'm getting people back to a place where their quality of life has improved, their chronic pain symptoms have minimized or completely gone away, and they're able to use this in a fashion of a little bit of maintenance and keeping their body at a place where they're happy and enjoying life. And that really comes down to delivering the right energy dose. So we do know that photobiomodulation is biphasic. So too much or too little energy is not going to make a big difference on the efficacy. We do know delivering the right energy dose is very important with photobiomodulation. In photobiomodulation therapy, it is biphasic. Therefore, too much or too little energy is going to reduce your efficacy and not get the results that you're looking for. So we have designed this system where everything internal already has what we need in the hardware and software. So it's a one-touch button. You're placing the pads directly on a patient or a client of yours, and they are just relaxing and enjoying the treatment. It feels very warm and comfortable, although the pads themselves are not emitting heat. The body is responding and getting the ability to make the changes in the environment it needs. So, like I was talking about, delivering the power uniformity to treat tissues and organs is very important to be able to drive the energy deep into those tissues where we don't know that other systems are capable of doing this. And what we've seen is there is a lot of systems that are using red light therapy maybe too far away from the body. And that reflection or refraction is not giving the tissues a chance to actually absorb the energy that we need.
This lady's from the ILA.
And that's what I'm
The first lady that came in, Liliana,
Oh, yeah.
So
she was from the ILA. She came out
so
of
they
LA.
need
She's part of
to
that group.
control the exposure, brightness, uniformity, and time. We've already got that set. We've got 26 years of experience doing this. But like I said, our results are consistent, whether you're in the pain management field, whether you're in neurology,
So,
whether
do you
you're an
know what
orthopedic
they're-
surgeon.
Do you wanna do it?
that extra boost in post-surgery
So,
office,
Jaw just needs to put like
feeling better.
circulation for like 2 minutes on the AR. I just give her the microphone.
And then so she'll be able to share her screen.
So who's it again?
Stacy.
We don't want
Hi, welcome. Welcome. Their office looks a little different than normal, but this is we've been in here in July over 2 years. So we have little expert talks here. I have a physical therapist that's going to talk about pelvic floor health. She lives in Santa Monica. She uses the light, so she's trained by me. She's a business leader. That's an expert talk. Refreshments in there.
You've seen this many times in our clients that have Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's. You're able to change their quality of life, improve things like memory, balance, and as you can see here, I'm showing you all these different types of pathways in the body that conform to the body. There is unique thing when it comes to treating muscle skeletal. How do I get these paths? How do I get this light into the body? And what you can see here is that we have the ability to place the paths directly over the joint, like a cable that's very small, but it has control to actually put them on that joint and secure them, but not too tight, but enough where the energy is actually coupled and being absorbed at a right angle into the tissue, giving our body what it needs to transfer this light energy to the tissue. So, here's what we use. Hi there. Hi, Stacy. It's Jeff. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to. Okay, I just unmuted you. Sorry. I didn't hear you.
Hey. It's so nice
How
to
are
meet you.
you?
I've heard such wonderful things about you.
Oh, thank you. Likewise, I know you've been through our course, and
I
I
love
just
it.
sent you a short note last night or 2 nights ago on LinkedIn. So when you get to that,
Oh my gosh, my LinkedIn is so, I need to update it. It's so outdated, but I'll check it. I have not been on my LinkedIn in like 3 or 4 years. It's so bad, but I really
oh,
should.
that's totally fine. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to share the screen, and
Okay.
then that'll give us the opportunity to allow you to do your presentation. I am seeing a little bit of a lag. So do you want to maybe just try to sign off really quick and then sign back in and see if that'll change real quick and just take a minute to do that?
Yeah.
So go ahead and do that, and then I'll stay here, and then we'll work together to get you started.
Okay, perfect. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. One moment, everybody. We will be right back with Stacy Stern and her presentation on light therapy. She will be sharing with you very shortly.
Okay, how's the lag? Is that better?
It's much better. Yeah.
Okay, so I also gave I totally didn't realize, but I gave the link to like my brother might come maybe, but I didn't realize it was like just gonna be us on here. So I don't know if it's okay. I shared the link. This link.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think my brother and maybe my mom might come.
That's great. Yeah, anybody can join us today. It's a free event through the link, and you should be able to utilize on your screen the share screen. If you can't, then I will share the screen for you. But do you have that ability at the bottom little toolbar?
Yeah. Okay, so my brother and my mom says they say they can't join. She says it says can't join. Is there a different link for people coming to watch it?
No, it should be the same link that they're joining from what we sent you, which is the meeting dial pad / Brooke M, I think is what it is.
Let me check. Okay, I just sent it to them again. For some reason, I hear myself like a big echo.
Do you have a phone on or anything next to you?
Oh,
Hi, Randy.
this is my mom.
Hi.
Hello.
So during the presentation, and if Bill joins too, we're just going to ask that you just turn your stop video so you're not sharing your screen or being able to see, because it'll just line up on the side once you join. Does the echo change at all for you, Stacy?
I put my headphones in, so no, it's so weird. I hear myself. I wonder if it's like an echo on, am I on speaker on your end?
You're right. Give me 1 second. Well, you are, because it's playing through our screen in the office. So
Okay.
let me just turn that part down.
Okay.
And see.
Okay.
It's been maybe a little bit too loud with the back end. 1 sec.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Hi, Stacy.
Oh, hey.
All right. Thank you guys for muting as well, Randy and Bill, and joining us here. So Stacy, the floor is going to be yours. When you want to share your screen and introduce yourself, you please go ahead and do that. And I will stay here to make sure if it's too much in the background noise, I can just go ahead and get rid of that for a moment. Okay?
Okay. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Let me just share screen. Okay. Oops, hold on 1 second. I think
try to share like the whole screen, and it should bring up your whole computer, and you can go into full mode.
Okay, let me see. Share. Okay, can you see it now?
I don't see anything just yet.
Oh, here we go.
There it goes. Nope, I do.
Okay.
So then you're just going to want to go into the bottom right-hand corner and do the full screen all the way in the far right.
Okay, perfect. This. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm not used to dial pad.
That's okay.
Okay. So I feel like if I do, and then can you see that?
So take your PowerPoint and make that the full screen. Just as like, there you go.
Oh, I see. Can you see it?
Exactly.
Okay.
And then even with that in the bottom right corner.
How's that on your end? Is that okay?
There we go. I got it on my end. You're all good.
Okay. Cool. It's funny, I can't see myself, but as long as you can see the PowerPoint, then that's good for me.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Stacy. I'm a physical therapist, and I'm going to talk about 5 common pelvic health mistakes that women don't realize they're making and how to actually feel better. Perfect. So a little bit about me. I graduated with my doctorate degree in physical therapy in 2021. I'm the owner of Healing Pulse Physical Therapy in West LA. And I really, really love to learn. And I came into this work through trying to solve some of my own medical and physical mysteries. And I found that along the way, physical therapy was good, but there were other things that really added and enhanced the treatment for myself and for my patients. So I went on and studied a bunch of different modalities, including lymphatic drainage, brain therapy, holistic pelvic care, pelvic floor physical therapy, LightMD certification, and then sound healing as well. So we're going to talk about the pelvic floor, and a lot of people actually have heard about the pelvic floor, or they've heard about it, but they might not understand exactly what it is. So the pelvic floor is actually a group of muscles, ligaments, and tissues that form a saddle or a hammock at the base of the pelvis. And it actually anatomically extends from our pubic bone to the tailbone. And the reason why it's so important is because this hammock actually supports our bladder, and depending on anatomy, our uterus, rectum, and prostate. And so it's crucial for supporting different functions in our body, including urination, defecation, and sexual function. So weakness, injury, often from childbirth, aging, obesity, can also lead to incontinence or organ prolapse. So these muscles just play a really important role in our vitality and so many different functions in the body. And usually you only hear about the pelvic floor when something's going wrong. So when there's dysfunction in the pelvic floor, we can actually have lots of different symptoms, but typically it's urinary or fecal incontinence, frequent urination, pelvic pain, prolapse, this feeling of like heaviness in that area, constipation, low back or SI joint pain. And it's actually really, really common. And the reason I say this is because so many people just don't talk about it, but I can definitely guarantee there's somebody who's watching this or in the room who maybe every time they sneeze, they pee a little bit. And that's actually dysfunction of the pelvic floor. And that's just one of the many examples. And I'm not medical, I'm a physical therapist, so I don't treat these medical conditions. But what I will say is that if a person has any of these conditions, typically pelvic floor physical therapy is really important in managing and helping some of the symptoms in this region of the body. So the first mistake that I see people make when they approach treating the pelvic floor is actually just treating the painful spot. And everybody, you know, has maybe they injured their arm and they're like, okay, it hurts like right here, like just work on the arm. But the problem is when we do that, we miss deeper layers of healing and we miss these important pillars in healing the pelvic floor, specifically our nervous system, the cellular healing, stress, inflammation, fascia, all these different components that make that are just so important for getting to the root cause of what's actually going on. So I don't have any good photos of the light machine treating on the abdomen, but this is just one of the examples of treating the knee with the light machine. And this is where the light machine actually can really, really be beneficial for some of these patients because we're not just treating, you know, say the muscle, we're actually addressing the cellular function, improving the circulation, healing scar tissue. And that's not something that you're going to just get if you go to any regular clinic. And we really need to be addressing these root cause patterns of healing in order for the change to last. So the second mistake that I see often is when we ignore the lymphatic system. And in a nutshell, the lymphatic system is just our circulation system of the body. It's how we, it's part of our immune system. It's part of how we detox toxins from our body. And many people don't actually know this, but we have 20 to 30 lymph nodes in the pelvis. And what can happen is we're sitting all the time. Maybe we had an injury, maybe there was childbirth, and there can be stagnation in the lymphatic system in the pelvis. And that can really affect the healing time because if things are not circulating, we're not going to get the healing the way that we would want, or maybe it's going to be a lot slower. And the example that I give for this is, going to a massage, and everybody loves getting a massage. You feel great right after, but maybe the day after you might feel sluggish, you might feel tired, you might feel actually worse. And the reason for that is a lot of typical massage, they don't understand the lymphatic system. And so we're actually compressing lymphatic vessels and can actually rupture them. So people will feel better, but then worse right after. So we really need to pay attention to the lymphatic system. And the light machine is actually really helpful for that as well, just to improve the circulation and particularly in the pelvic region. Okay, so the diaphragm here. So everybody knows about breathing, but many people don't actually realize that we don't just have a respiratory diaphragm, we actually have a pelvic diaphragm as well. And it's very, very closely related to the respiratory diaphragm. And it's a huge driver of our circulation and has a lot to do with our pelvic floor. So I thought that it might be good, and I don't know I have no idea how many people are watching this. So whoever is, if you have a second, I'd like you to just put your hands on your stomach, like kind of like right, I don't know if you can see me, but like right below your ribs. And I'm going to have you take a nice deep breath in through the abdomen. And you're just going to feel your rib cage expand, feel your belly expand, and then just let it all go. You're just using your hands to feel that motion. Taking another deep breath in, filling up your lungs, feeling your ribs expand. And then slowly breathing out, letting it all relax. So on the next breath, I'm just going to talk you through it first. You're going to have your hands still in the same position, but I want you to focus on actually bringing that breath down to your tailbone. So when you inhale, you're going to still feel the ribs expand, but you'll actually feel your breath all the way down to the tailbone. And you may even feel your sit bones widen as you breathe into the abdomen. So taking a nice deep breath in, feeling it down to the tailbone, down to the sit bones, and slowly breathing out. Good. And then let's try that one more time. So taking a nice deep breath in, feeling the belly, the rib cage expand, taking the breath all the way down to the sit bones, all the way down to the tailbone. And then slowly breathing out. And then this simple exercise really is helpful because if you can do this, great, you're a rock star, pelvic floor rock star. And if you can't do this, it just shows us that there could be more healing to be done in the pelvic floor region and its relationship to the rest of the body. So everyone has their homework for them. Okay, so mistake number 3 is why strengthening can reinforce tension patterns. So everybody wants to be the girl in the middle who's, lifting the weights. And by the way, can everyone hear me? I just want to make sure you can hear me, okay? I think you can hear me, okay. Let me just make sure. Okay, I think you guys can hear me, hopefully. Okay, so mistake number 3 is why strengthening can actually reinforce tension patterns. So we all want to be the girl in the middle who's strong, lifting weights, but there's so many people that come to treatment and they want to be this girl on day 1. But the problem is they actually don't realize that their pelvic floor is overactive. So it's too symptomatic. There's too much tension. So what we really need to do is teach the body how to relax. And we do this through many ways. We do this through breathing. We do this through hands-on touch. We do this through the light machine. And we'll get to this middle image right here where we're strong and we're doing weights and all this stuff. But we need to create the building blocks in the body of safety and regulation, improving circulation, all these building blocks in order to get to the stage where we can do these high level intensity strength activities. And a lot of people miss that and they just want to go right into the weights. They want to go right into the strengthening, and we need to work on these building blocks in order for us to get to this next level. Perfect. Okay. And mistake number 4, which also ties into it, is our nervous system. So a lot of people ignore the nervous system. And I can bet you, if you look at these 2 photos, you're going to want to be the photo on the left, the photo where we're meditating. It's beautiful. It's calm. We don't want to be the photo on the right. By the way, I'm hearing some feedback. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we all want to be the one on the left. We don't want to be the one on the right. And the reason I bring this up is because chronic stress, trauma, hypervigilance, nervous system dysregulation, these all impact our pelvic floor and make it a lot harder to get to that next stage of healing. So we need to cultivate safety in the body. And again, we do this through various modalities, including the light machine, including hands-on touch, breathing, all of these different components of healing help create that safety in the body and make it so that the healing is so much more smooth and so much more linear. Okay, and then the last mistake that I want to talk about is when DIY can only go so far. So we really need to take these issues seriously and seek care as we would if we had any other ailment. You wouldn't, maybe like break your knee or, sprain an ankle and just say, okay, like I'll just walk it off. I hope it just gets better. And that's what I see actually a lot of times with women. For whatever reason, I've seen maybe gaslighting ourselves and saying, okay, well, this is just a normal part of aging, just stress, just hormones. But the issue is the longer that we wait to address these issues, the more that we suffer and the longer it may take to return to optimal health. So we really need to treat this just like we would any other condition. So if you have these symptoms, definitely don't wait on them. So I see this every day in my office. I see people one-on-one for treatments for also orthopedic injuries, but more specifically pelvic health as well. And just a couple success stories that I've seen. So for example, 35-year-old mom of a 4-year-old came in for pelvic floor PT. She had had urinary leakage for years, ever since she gave birth. After the first session, her leakage was 75% improved, and she's now deadlifting 130 pounds at the gym, and just huge, huge improvements in quality of life, especially. 61-year-old female, she came in for pelvic PT to help with bladder leaks and urgency and pain with intercourse. She was not able to hold urine, could barely make it to the bathroom. 2 sessions later, she's able to hold her urine and much improved sexual function. And then last, there's a 62-year-old female, bladder leaks and pelvic pain. Similarly, 2 sessions later, less feeling of urgency and less sensitivity to full bladder. She reported prior to the first session that every little thing made her pee, and now she doesn't feel that her bladder is as hyperactive and she doesn't have any bladder leaks. And what I want to say is that these are moments that we get back in our life to do our work, to be with our family and simply just have fun. And it's not fun to be at the grocery store and terrified because you don't know where the next bathroom is. It's just not fun. So getting these issues addressed just makes life so much smoother and easier. And these are really simple fixes that just give us so much more time back in our life. And thank you so much for watching. You can actually scan this QR code. I have a free 5-day email course that will tell you basically everything about why your pelvic pain keeps looping or pelvic symptoms. And for the men who are watching this, please share this with a friend, sister, spouse who could benefit from this valuable information. There are also resources out there for men who are having pelvic floor symptoms. I don't currently treat that at this time, but definitely send this to somebody that you know could benefit, because I can bet you so many people that you know in your life struggle with these issues and don't talk about it. And it's just so important to spread awareness and hope for people who have struggled. So thank you so much for watching, and I'm so honored to be here. Just exit.
Thank you, Stacy. Good job.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if it was on in the middle, so hopefully I was like, but it worked. Okay, we're good. Oh wait, let me stop sharing. There we go. We got it. Oh, you know what? I can't hear you, Brooke. Sorry. I think you're on mute.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I wasn't sure if it was working in the middle, so sorry. I was checking my phone to see if someone messaged me about the technology.
Yeah, good to check too. I'm kind of like running around the other rooms, but Jeff is like, okay, you're on. She's almost done here, so I wanted to check in.
Okay, good.
I have it recorded, so I'm going to share it with you.
Yes,
and then
please send it to me. Yeah.
I'll put it on. You can cut it and do, splice your part, and then I'll post it too.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
So
wel-
good to see
You're
you.
welcome. Have a
Okay.
great rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We have another practitioner that will be starting here in the next 6-7 minutes, so please stay tuned.
these are our stations. And there's stations as you go through all the arrows and you get stickers when you finish station and then you get water.
Hang tight, everybody. We have a new practitioner coming up here in the next 2 minutes to present to you live.
Hi, I'm Christina Chan-Polo. I have been working with light for the last 11 years. Started a business called Equities about 20 years ago. And 11 years ago, I started getting light treatments on my dog by the time he was about 12. And then started getting treatments on myself, and really saw how amazing this light therapy is. I use the LightMD products, and I've seen such miracles with it. It's been amazing. So I started working on horses using this light therapy about 11 years ago. And then about 4 or 5 years ago, I started working on people, and now I have a human business called Mindful Light Wellness up in the Bay Area. And this light therapy is just simply amazing. I mean, the way it brings down inflammation and decreases pain, influences circulation, and then heals you at the cellular level is it's quite remarkable. And I've seen throughout the 11 years how much it's helped horses, small animals, dogs and cats, and countless people. I got into getting the light treatments myself because I had major post-concussive syndrome. Being an equine athlete and professional since 2005, I suffered multiple concussions riding horses and doing rehab for sport horses. And I would continuously try to get the pain down, and I would see chiropractors and acupuncturists and craniosacral therapy. And while all of that definitely provided relief, the pain would just keep coming back. And so when I was getting treatments for my dog, they're the same arguments.
Yes. So
And
is that cool?
you can see Dr. Leahy and his status. And see
And then you see all the light.
chronic pain, but I chronically need every single day, all day, all night. I had this horrible headache for a year, and I had really tried everything. I even tried doing medications. I've seen multiple neurologists, multiple doctors, and
We talk about her and the skin health, repair wounds, like all.
after 7 20-minute treatments, which was about a 3-week, I woke up one morning with a headache, and I continued with the treatments
It's
until
wild.
10,
20 minutes.
and the headache didn't come back. And that's when I really thought this is something that's quite amazing. And started working with the company and finding ways to apply this to the equine industry. They're getting injuries all the time, a lot of soft tissue injuries. They also have bone joint disease. They get sick, so they can have kidney upsets, spleen issues, and just basically spent like a couple of years trial and error, figuring out all these kinds of protocols for them. And along that way, people started asking me to treat them, and then so on and so forth. So I have a space up here in Woodside for my Mindful Light Wellness clinic, and I'm renting room from a chiropractor right now. And I would say kind of like the top reasons why people come and get this light treatment, pain is number one. The chronic fatigue and the chronic like post-COVID symptoms is another big one. So people say they can't focus anymore, or they have brain fog. That's a big one. Illness, so sick, lung issues, digestive issues, sinusitis, and then there's like the nervous system and the sleep aspect, and all of these things. People come in for like one, and then they start talking about their history, and I'm like, oh, well, we can try this or something else, and they just keep, coming back because of the results. And it's been absolutely fulfilling to see people come in with chronic pain and be able to walk out of their trouble. recently over the last year, I've had 2 clients specifically that have like undiagnosed like autoimmune disorders where they want to be like fully functioning. These are women that have been like high functioning jobs, traveling, um, working like a lot, and they went from like being able to be fully mobile and independent to needing caretakers. And it kind of happened overnight. And, you know, they tried everything. They've seen every doctor, you know, the cognitive decline, the brain fog, and the inability to just kind of open and close their hands to one of them. Has been completely devastating. And luckily, I was able to get in contact with them. One of them made huge recoveries from treatments. So she's able to therapy. And the other one I still see once a week. But she can now stand up on her own. She can wear a jacket. She goes for walks still. She's doing my met her. But she's able to come to me now where she was like completely, she was in a recliner when I met her. She couldn't lift her hands. She couldn't close her fingers. She definitely couldn't lift her arms. And those symptoms have completely subsided, at least dramatically decreased to the point where she's able to like have a conversation. She seems so much happier. And so getting cases like that and being able to have a product like this that really, really works it's amazing and it's a dream come true. And then people that have like sleep issues, like they have they have insomnia, they have sleep. They come in and after 1, sometimes 2 treatments, they get the best night's sleep ever. And what's great about this is once the cells get the light and they're able to like get that change and come into like bring the body into like homeostasis, there isn't a whole lot of recoil. Like there isn't a whole lot of someone getting better and then needing to come back because they're all of a sudden relapse. Unless it's like a sickness and like they were 90% better and then went back to running outside with cold and your cells are really healed. Then we know kind of like a little bit of a hiccup. But other than that, what's great is that once your body starts healing mechanisms, you just supported by this it just goes right into heal. I started doing workshops inside, and we had a workshop.
Somebody, I'm gonna start you back here. I'll show you.
And they didn't really know what to expect. They just knew they were doing light therapy treatment, but we paired it with some breath work to really bring everyone to like center, talk about the day. We did a short guided meditation, and then I put the light pads on their vagus nerve to like around their lungs, so and some on their eyes, and glands, and everybody. Amazing feedback about I feel so much better. I feel so much better today. This light is continuing to work. And so to be able to do what like that it's fulfilling and it's great. And yeah, I feel very fortunate to be part of this light therapy community in that sense. One of the most fulfilling things with doing this kind of light therapy is knowing like how much you're going to make an impact on someone's life, whether you're treating them or you're treating their loved one or their pets. Just this knowing that they lock in your room, they've seen everybody, they've tried everything, they've consulted with all the doctors, and somewhere along the way, someone has recommended them to you, whether it's a fellow doctor or another professional. And a combination of red light and near-infrared light that is pulsed with this unit is what creates the most optimal healing environment for our bodies to heal and to come back into wholeness and And the fact that I have this unit, this product that I can offer to the community, it's just so great. I mean, some of them say I had brain fog for 6 months after I had COVID. They call it like long COVID. And I've tried everything. And after 3 treatments, they're like, okay, they don't need to come back to me because I'm able to think and I'm able to be more focused. It's just such a great, it's such a great tool to offer the community. Whether you have 2 legs or 4 legs. And so I will continue working with horses in this area, between the Valley Woodside, the East Bay. And these horses have been in my business for 11 years, 20 years before I was doing light. But the owners should see the benefit that these horses don't get injured after getting consistent light therapy. And if there is an animal or a person that has an injury, getting light on it right away, like within the first 24 hours, that is a big deal. I remember in 2017, I was walking alongside someone who was on a horse on the side, and the horse started to kind of freak out, and he kicked me in my leg. And I went flying. I mean, it really messed up my thigh. And I got home, and I was on the phone with some professionals that also use this technology, and I was like, I don't know what to do. Should I go to the emergency room? And they were like, "Are you okay?" I'm okay. And I just don't know if there's something maybe broke. Like, I got kicked really hard. In the background, someone's yelling, "Save the cells, save the cells." And that always sticks in my mind when people call me and say, "I've had an injury." Normally these are clients I've had for a long time. And I'm like, "You gotta save the cells." And they just come over at least 20 minutes. Obviously it's an emergency and they're like bleeding, or there's like, you know, they got a concussion or something, but I need to go see the doctor right away. So you just come back afterwards, and I come over and treat them. But that's what this light does. It saves your cells. I treated someone with a broken foot last year, a physician actually, to use it. And she was, and this is someone who's very, who knows about this light therapy, who has had clinical before, but she had no idea it was going to take 2.5 months or whatever to get better when it's like 4 to 6 months injury. And the doctors that she was seeing that were doing x-rays were like, "You're definitely healing a lot faster than where we think you would be at this point in the journey." And like it's completely alive. And so to be part of this team, to be part of this like movement going forward, where you're just providing this non-invasive light therapy actually feels really good. I mean, the your nervous system, you come in with a broken foot and get foot treated. Also, you know, your lymphatic system in your leg, but you can also then put the other pads like on your chest and just relax and go to sleep. It just calms everything down. So cutting injuries in half, like the healing time in half, is great, and I've seen it with species, you know, they go and get like a suspensory tear. And the vet diagnosis is we get ultrasound to start, and then we do the light treatments, and we get an ultrasound maybe halfway through, and it has been unanimous that they all say we should be further along with inflammation still. Like there should still be inflammation in here. There should still be some scar tissue. And the horse should be sound. Maybe we can start in hand now instead of waiting 3 more months. And it's consistent with all of the vets. And so to be able to rehab a horse that's standing on his legs, that's not taking any breaks, you know, 1,200 pounds of pressure distributed over 4 legs, but nonetheless, most likely chronic injury. That's what's most common. And then to see them heal in 4 months when it was a 12-month injury healing time is fantastic. And you might ask, like, what are the pad differences between putting it on a horse and putting it on a person? Well, we use the same pads. So in case you're not familiar, these are the pads. And you can take these two and then just wrap it around the horse's leg. And usually injuries are just like a little section of tendon or ligament. And then you can put that right in the middle and just sandwich the leg. This is the horse's leg. And then just wrap it around. And yes, they do stand still. And yes, they do find it relaxing. And they look forward to their treatment. And I can tell because of how relaxed they are during their treatments. We also treat like their backs and like the other foot that hasn't been injured. So doing this on horses and seeing how quickly they can heal. When someone comes over and says, "I've got a broken toe or a broken ankle or a tibia fracture," it's nice to be able to give them insurance that there's like this and at the time that the doctor looking to get like red light therapy, like high quality red and near infrared therapy. Go to your closest practitioner. We have a couple in California, and I'm sure there's spread out all over, but because that's the kind of light you're gonna want. You're gonna want these pads. If you have brain fog, they get placed over the face like this, over your forehead, station, taking it placed on your chest, your face like this thing. This is skin to skin contact. I treated myself with thyroid as a year. I had it for several years, and tried medication, better, so I stopped. And then after I was doing light treatments with this light therapy on my thyroid, my numbers completely got correct. My hypothyroidism was no longer an issue. My numbers were normal, and my doctor was doing myself get to and I was doing the therapy on my thyroid. She goes, continue with that. So now when I go see my doctor, she puts on my like my summary to like keep doing light on my thyroid. I do it on my skin, I do it on my liver, I do it on my heart, my kidneys, my brain, especially since the post-concussive syndrome. Like I'm pretty good right now. Things moving and how so I guess back to the beginning where had I not been looking for an alternative therapy for my dog at the time that was on medication, I wouldn't have found the chiropractor status that completely changed my life doing this light therapy and eradicating my headaches, which got me excited to bring this therapy to horses, which I started and working on people. And now I say about half of the business is people and half is horses. And it's great, it's fulfilling. I'm excited to be part of this community and this movement to using this alternative therapy to not just make you feel better, but to actually make you heal and move out of the space of being stuck. And it's just what a great space to be a part of. So thank you all. What light therapy has taught me about the future in human health is that we are going to have so many more options. When you have got headaches, if you've got chronic fatigue syndrome, COPD, like of course see your doctor, get your medications, do everything your physician says, but apply the light therapy as well. It's going to make all of that work like so much better. And you're going to see from these videos, you're going to learn about how it makes better and how people are healing at such an exponential rate. Light therapy in the future is unstoppable.
Could a simple beam of light totally change how we recover from knee surgery? Let's take a look. Look, knee surgery is super common, but what if that recovery process could be a whole lot better? After a total knee replacement, the first big enemy is swelling. It really slows everything down. And it's not a small problem. We're talking about 1 in 5 patients dealing with severe swelling. That means you've got less strength, your knee can't move well, and you're just facing a longer recovery. But what if there was another way? A non-invasive therapy that literally uses light to help you heal. It's called photobiomodulation therapy. Basically, it uses light to reduce inflammation and boost circulation. And this is what it looks like. These light emitting pads just wrap right around the patient's leg. Sounds cool, right? But the big question is, does it actually work? Without 30 patients, split them in two.
Can you see me?
One group got standard care.
Hi, I can.
Okay. I love your shirt.
Like,
Hold on.
like a smart scale for measuring fluid in the leg. All right, so after
Shit. Hi.
Hi. I can't see me, so I have no idea if this is like the good angle or anything.
You're good. I could totally see you. So I don't have anybody in here right now for Q&A. Thank you for
Okay.
making it. Let me see what I can ask you.
Well, do you
How
have
was your
Q&A?
day of the horse?
It was great. This one is in Portola Valley. We have one in Portola Valley, and then we have one in October, and that's the one I do in October.
Oh, I love it.
Great. Like so many kids and like free pony rides and like free painting and yeah,
Oh,
it was so much
amazing.
fun.
I think you're off the hook for Q&A, honestly, because there's people and they're all exploring, and I kind of got to go. We're doing sessions and answering
Okay.
questions, so it's going good, but just a little crazy. No, I did record this too, so I'll share like your recording of it being part of this too for you.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Good job, Brooke.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
what? Any different. Okay, you can see right here. The orange line, the light therapy has way less swelling. Okay, less swelling is great, but did it actually help people get back on their feet? The results from the walking test are pretty shocking. The light therapy group walked much, much farther. How much farther? A whopping 69% farther. That is a huge leap in mobility. But here's what's interesting. For pain and range of motion, there wasn't a significant difference. Why not? Turns out the hospital's resistant pain.
Hi, how are you?
The study's conclusion is pretty clear. This therapy is a safe way to keep them it reduces swelling, helps you walk better, and could be a major tool to slow down pain. So you have to wonder, could healing with light become the new standard of care after surgery?
Those areas of pain. Now, if they don't feel it, how I explain it to them that it's working, we're biologically human, and light, and just by the science and the nature of it, is that it works. And what I let them know to expect in about 6 to 8 hours for it to really kick in, and then the morning after to check in. And I often will check in with clients as well over the next 2 days to see how they're feeling, because that morning after is when and that energy will last for 48 hours. So if they don't feel something right away, I tell them to look for how this for the next 2 nights and how they feel those next 2 mornings.
Thank you for that. We love to always anticipate the patient's needs, question, and the next treatment.
Absolutely.
My next question for you is rehab modalities, all in office, in addition to at-home care. Did you see that photobiomodulation needs to be done before medical therapy, after medical therapy, during modalities, rating it for optimal effects?
We like it before other manual therapies. I think that's because it can increase that local blood flow, but also to relax the guarded muscles and tissues, and anything with stiffness can also be more manageable. And so doing that before, now there's no problem to do it afterwards. If there was, for example, ART or this manual therapy that was a little painful, doing light at the end of it will help that recover that pain and to recover those tissues and adhesions better as well. So there is no really strict rule, but our patients tend to like it beforehand, as well as the therapists.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
As we wrap up another great session today in the Pain Summit, I'd like to acknowledge both of your excellent work in pain management with photobiomodulation. I'd also like to acknowledge you, the practitioners, who's learning up-to-date clinical solutions to help your patients overcome chronic pain. I'm Dr. Krista, your co-host of the Pain Summit. Click below for on-demand summit access, and don't miss the game-changing integrated pain specialist certification. I'll be link to healthcare professionals. Stay tuned and we'll see you in the next Bay Masterclass. This
Fight viruses not with drugs, but with light. Let's dive into this new approach. You know, our usual method is to find a virus, then design a drug. Is that really fast enough? I mean, that whole process takes months, sometimes years, all while the virus spreads and mutates. So what if we just flip the script? Instead of chemistry, we could use energy. It's called photobiomodulation, or PBM, basically using specific light to help our own bodies fight back. The light gives your cells powerhouses a boost, helping to dial down inflammation when needed. And here's the cool part. Because it works on our cells, viruses can't just mutate to escape it. But for something like COVID-19, it's not just about the science. The strategy is absolutely key. You have to treat the entire infected organ at once. If not, the virus can just hide and reinfect. And that's where this amazing tech comes in. Flexible 3D pads that cover huge areas with uniform light. Okay, so the big question, does it actually work? Well, the results are pretty jaw-dropping. Get this, in the studies, 100% of acute COVID patients made a full recovery. And it was fast. Most of them were back on their feet in just 4 days. For the most severe cases, it cut hospital stays by a whopping 80%, a huge difference. And you can literally see it working. This chart shows a key inflammation marker just plummeting to normal. But what about long COVID? The research looked into that too, with some really promising results. Symptoms like brain fog, memory issues, and trouble breathing, they all saw major improvements. Now, check out these brain scans. The top is before, the bottom is after. The change is just stunning. And that improved brain connectivity lines up directly with patients reporting better memory and focus. So it's a totally different mindset, not attacking the virus, but strengthening our own defenses. It might even be preventative. In one group, family members exposed to the virus stayed completely healthy.
Okay.
This gives us a whole new strategy for public health, a way to make
I don't know who he is.
So could an energy-based approach like this be our first line of defense against the next pandemic?
But each channel can have a.
Where I literally thought I was going to become paralyzed. I couldn't do anything for myself and I couldn't work anymore. And then I was introduced to the light, and that immediately started to help me to regain the feeling in my hands and to be able to use them again and be like I had a normal life again. So I would highly recommend light to anybody for any kind of pain or any problem with their face. The light has given me back my life.
Hi everyone, I'm Brooke McKeever and I'm thrilled to be here with you all from the HK conferences. So thank you so much for the invite, Dr. Rastafa Geddes and the Geddes Neural Network. I greatly appreciate being here with you all, and I'd love to answer any questions that you may have as well. And let's dive into photobiomodulation of the brain health, transcranial photobiomodulation, or TPBM. This presentation is by myself and LightMD, which is the division of Applied Biophotonics, a worldwide company. Cognitive disorders encompass a broad spectrum of neurological diseases.
I'm Jeff.
This includes Alzheimer's, dementia, or memory-related diseases.
I said this room here is just, we have talks going on, so people are sharing about light therapy. So this is live to our group. There's about 600 people that are kind of watching. Just in here, learn. You can ask questions and stuff like that, but just into the area. So yeah. Yeah, we do events every 2 months. But we do like today's International Day of Light through UNESCO. We're celebrating that. They planned out to people, give them information about light, not just like health and we're doing at the office day to day. We do like yeah. So this
purpose blossom with the left and right.
an understanding of data.
Now for pathology, we have motor dysfunction, cognitive disorders, metabolic dysfunction. From etiologies such as TBI, concussion, stroke, hypoxia, or hypothermia, pathogenic infections that can happen in the brain, metabolic dysfunction, allergies, toxins, or general defects. Some comorbidities can lead to these neuropathies, such as hypertension, diabetes, arteriosclerosis, inflammation, autoimmunity, and genetic factors. Today's cognitive health challenge is that few modalities treat brain neuropathies. There is an option for surgery or pharmaceuticals, but they're just not good viable options and found cures for these. Or anything dramatically slow down the process. Neuropathic cognitive impairment is basic health crisis. That includes Alzheimer's and dementia. We also have a chronic traumatic encephalopathy, so CTE, brain fog and inflammation. The common brain neurological etiology TBI is occurs on accidents or sports injuries. Type of different strokes that can occur are ischemic, hemorrhagic, or TIA. We've got also drug toxicity, overdose products, pharmaceutical, age-related diseases, also affecting the brain, Lyme, herpes, and mitochondrial virus. Air infrared lights cells, which invokes metabolic and gene expression of that disease. On your screen here, you'll see what the LightMD R2 system looks like. It can fit in a shoebox or a backpack. It can carry. We do it in hospitals. It is hospital-grade materials. You'll see Light Doctor, that's our sister company from Applied Biophotonics that operates in Asia. This is a professional product used by professionals, hospitals, doctors, and consumers. It is medical grade quality, safe, certified. Body. It's also IE. Now, there are and this certification is asserted as a lot of treatments are beauty treatments, plus over the brain, you often will have light in the eyes. So it's important that this is eye safe. It's also FDA and GMP manufacturing approved. So we do multiple audits in past everything. Some as long as 2-week audits. So we are free and clear with the FDA. This device, the therapeutic use of it is non-invasive. It is non-toxic. We are not adding any chemicals or needles or knives or anything in order to achieve the desired results. Non-porous polymer materials in the pads does not harbor bacteria like some of the rubber neoprene materials that you've seen. It is kidney and liver safe. So putting this can't damage organs or have negative side effects besides dehydration, which is very controlled. So it's completely safe. Tried and tested since the early 2000s. It is not a drug or a pharmaceutical. And last but not least, it's very convenient and it's easy to use, it's easy to operate, and the results are amazing. So we've got versatile software and precise photonic control of the photobiomodulation. So the Mark II PBM system has reconfigurable light pads. You can see these pads because here there is 2 sets of 3, meaning that you can treat 2 areas of the body at once. The gut, the brain and the heart, the brain and the spine, the lungs, or the brain and anything. So you can literally, or you can do 2 brains at once. So it is quite user friendly, and it is controlled with dynamic frequencies as well. The duration of time, you can adjust the radius and the brightness of the LEDs, which will ultimately affect the overall power. You can just do a precise dose, which is a fluid. So this is a big thing right now, big topic in the photobiomodulation industry is getting the precise doses. So a lot of studies are coming out with dosing. This system allows you to control the dosing. So it's already way ahead of its time, and adding that in is very next step. It's got algorithm sections, so they are sequenced and used. Also a hierarchical software. Let's dive into the biophysical mechanisms of photobiomodulation. So we have light-absorbing molecules, chromophores, which are in the mitochondria of our cells. The mitochondria is known as a powerhouse of the cell. In these, the chromophores are cytochrome C oxidase, also nitric oxide, lipid protein, water homeostasis in mast cells. You also have the transcription receptor potential for calcium cation. So when the light hits the tissue, specifically in the cells and the mitochondria, this process, the photochemical process occurs. Okay, so the cytochrome C oxidase responds to the light and it enhances the mitochondrial membrane potential and starts the process of ATP synthesis. So, 1 second. So, when we have this and we're affecting the transmission of the electrical signals, you have nitric oxide released from the cell, allowing for fresh oxygenated blood into it. You have calcium cation modulation. And you also have nuclear transcription factors releasing. The physiology of this is that vasodilation occurs with the increase of circulation. So now you have the blood vessels that have expanded, so more blood flow can go through, more circulation happening. The lymph system is doubled. The oxygen saturation is affected, often increased immediately or in minutes. You've got protein, hormone, and enzyme synthesis, leading to neurogenesis, angiogenesis, and fibroblastic activity. So all of this happening, I'll give you a timeline here in a moment. There we go, timeline of mechanisms of action. So neuromodulation happens first. That happens in 10 minutes. This can be through brain entrainment, usually on the frontal and temporal lobes with the frequencies in low hertz range.
78.
Coordinating to whatever brain state that you want. We also have neuromodulation through feedback. All this can occur in 10 minutes. In 20 minutes, you have the reactive oxygen species peroxide generation, so those are released from the cell. This starts the process of dilation and circulation. We have anti-infective frequencies too for immunology. After this process and the temperature of the tissue has increased, then in 6 to 8 hours is when the ATP from the light energy. So ATP, the phosphate, is energy that is increased with the energy as well. And this is part of the molecular signaling and increased metabolism occurs. Then in 24 to 36 hours, so basically the morning after, you have protein synthesis and gene expression. You have leading to the protein RNA. Okay, and then that carries on from 36 hours in the process of 1 to 3 weeks with continued sessions. That's not every day, it could be 2 times a week, it could be 3 to 5 times a week, just depends on what we're working on. That's when the major process of inflammation and remodeling can occur. So major edema, you have inflammation, granulation, you have wound repair, and wound repair is a complex process. It is started immediately after the 24 hours with the light therapy, but to get that complex level of healing, it really takes 1 to 3 weeks. After that, we have greater than 3 weeks, we have homeostasis. The equilibrium is going to be reached. We have healthy cell state, physiological equilibrium. I say now, this can take 3 months, a year. It just depends on how far out of homeostasis that the individual that's working with is. I can give you an example. We have a client in the clinic who was way out of whack, and the doctor, she got 4 different doctors, an oncologist, rheumatologist, endocrinologist, and internal medicine, as well as naturopaths. These doctors thought that she would be better for an estimation of 2 to 3 years. In 4 months, we got her homeostasis. So it can happen a lot faster, and that is the goal, is to speed up the natural healing process for all injury, illness, and disease. So Mark 2's cranial photobiomodulation is unlike any other because number one, we can treat a large area. So these pads can treat up to 1,200 centimeters square. There's over 1,200 LEDs working on this to penetrate the surface of the skin and to provide this overall fluids and energy that's helping heal yourself. The pads are easy to place and forget. You don't have to pull them on. We usually have to get them in place, or we have a mechanical neck pad, cervical collar as well. The pituitary, the renal, thalamus as well. Use 3 pads or 2 pads in place, which will also lobe, back of the neck, back of the head, you can go to the top, blossom it down into the forelobe. You can even have it going from the frontal lobe to the back of the neck, and the forehead. So forehead with both the next collar or the regular pad. So either way, we can cover all of the brain. The pads are flexible, so they bend to match the skull contours. This is super important because you want the light to hit the surface of the skin at right angles. So all these pads can contain both red and near infrared light. It's important to have both. Near infrared light is the light that's going to penetrate the skull the most. Red light also is in the skull, but just not as deep. Our system also uses pulse frequency, so controlling this is important. There are sequence sessions, and we have silicone covers to hypoallergenic and to keep the skin cells to themselves. And then sends us a brain. Does light penetrate the cranial skull? Yes. So just getting into this, we show that near infrared and red light penetrates the skull bone. This was a study 2012 in a cadaver. So see how far that is going to penetrate. I went to see with the new style of cadavers that Dr. Ross and his neural network are working with, which are lifelike. It's fascinating. I'd like to see if this changes and to track the penetration. So that would be something fun to look at and to add to the research. So penetration depth depends on the wavelength. So that means the red or the near infrared, and then 600 or the 800 range. The frontal skull in women and men and different ages and sizes varies. So that is a factor a majority of cognitive development cortex cerebrum and you can see in the left side.
Okay, so we go towards the
7, 11 drives another model had 9.7 and 4.4. 2 models in the front had 7.4 versus 0.3 and 1.8. As you can see, there's a lot more of the infrared light.
when you go down to the beach, you go right, which is towards the medium.
So modalities of LightMD transcranial photobiomodulation. We have figured out that by precisely controlling the radiance, which is the power, the luminance, which is the pulse frequency, the Mark II is able to.
It was so nice to meet you guys. I hope you have a wonderful drive home. And water for the dogs.
Neurological repair and to oxygenation, neuromodulation, brain nutrition. Brain is the neural sequence. So why does the frequency matter? Neuron repair is dependent. Ion channels require time to transport charge. Neurotransduction is the process of transmitting electrical signals along the neurons. So it does have a maximum frequency. Neuron cannot re-trigger during the absolute refractory period. This is because it needs a break. It will not have enough energy. This action potential voltage across the neurons brain. So the maximum frequency, as you can see on this graph, refers to how often the neuron can fire its action potentials. The neuron can't fire continuously without a break due to physiological limits. And then after an action potential occurs, the neuron goes through 2 of these refractory periods, the absolute and the relative. So during the absolute, it cannot fire another action potential no matter how strong the stimulus is. And this is because sodium channels are inactivated and they need time to reset. This ensures that only action potentials only travel in one direction, and also that signals are distinct and don't merge together. So the absolute refractory period, you can think of it as a cool down phase for the neuron. Now the neuron during the relative period can have a re-trigger, but it requires a much stronger stimulus. So it's temporarily polarized. There's a frequency dependence of photobiomodulation. So neurologically,
She said something like, I'm going. That's why you look familiar.
Waves. So providing payment, you can have the low 1 to 1 hertz. So delta, you can have theta, which is like 4 to 7 or 4 to 8 hertz. Then you have alpha, which is 8 hertz and up, and then you've got gamma in 40 hertz range. So just depends on what you're working on, whether you want to do sleep and go to delta. If you want to promote relaxation or meditation, you go to theta. If you want to improve cognition, you go to alpha, or and to improve memory, you would go to gamma. So these are able to be trained in the brain as EEG and brainwaves. Other frequency dependents are neuromodulation. You can achieve analgesia and the pain relief or homeostasis and balance. So a wide range of frequencies with the LightMD system go from 1 to 10,000 hertz that are already pre-programmed in, or 10,000 to 20,000 hertz, which can be customized and entered manually. We've got quite a bit of case studies for the Light Doctor, our sister company, transcranial photobiomodulation. We have some here in the US as well, but not quite as many there as are there, and they're in hospitals as well. So for MTBI and concussions, a lot of those were done here with Dr. Joseph Leahy, who's a San Francisco team doctor. There's over 140 of those. Also got major depressive syndrome, stroke, Alzheimer's, dementia, opportunity infections like long COVID, brain fog, Lyme disease, and pandas. We've also got 4 studies for diseases, Parkinson's, and lupus. So these case studies are profound and have led to us developing protocols as such. In the pictures, you'll see this is an excellent headband placement for the forebrain and hindbrain, the common treatment that we do for Alzheimer's and dementia. So for transcranial therapy of MTBI or concussion, we treated over 145 MTBI patients. This is also, like I said, through Dr. Leahy and other clinicians. These come from car collisions or mostly sports and football specifically, and soccer. Lots of women with soccer as well. The positive outcomes happen in 142 out of 145 cases. They did the transcranial ECM by LightMD, and you want to work on the area of injury, but also the brain stimulation ears. We have subjective assessments, so patients self-reporting as well as testimonials. There's also the doctors performing concussion evals, like the ACE test and the SCAT-5. The objective measurements were the EEG, NeuroSky, and the Leahy Concussive Index, which is the LCI. Now for EEG, we are exploring NeuroIce.
Okay, when she comes back, let her know that Jody needs some stamps.
We're very excited to testing that technology so that we can have more data points and can help our clients better. This is a lady who had a concussion. After receiving my first light session, it was like complete 180. I was more of one myself, my energy increased, and I was able to focus and remember a lot better. I was really impressed. So the LCI is a quantitative measure of concussion. That's Leahy Concussive Index, measuring its nonlinear signal processing, measuring the Gucci fractal dimension, the Shannon entropy, and EEG scaling. I will go into more of this later, but because we're low on time, I'll just pass through this. The LCI does confirm the team efficacy in on concussion therapy, though, so showing that in the patients can go back to baseline after. So it's very important. So we've got the brain swelling and trauma, the first section, and then additional sessions will get you further. So your LCI 0, LCI 1, a change of about 16%. These are all patients, and they're the change that 0 and the first section. So transcranial photobiomodulation of depressive syndrome. This was done at a hospital in Taiwan. So treatment across the top of the head in the frontal and temporal lobe, reduced emotional symptoms while increasing tissue oxygenation. So you can see the negative symptom severity decreased here in the PANSS negative scale score. This is showing an increased area of oxygenation here. So here's before with poor circulation and oxygenation. This is afterwards, and this shows the changes. So really profound here. The other part of the study is showing the change in the increase of transhemispheric neural connectivity. So big changes here before and after transcranial PEM by LightMD. I have some additional case studies here as well. So, excuse me, we have an 80-year-old female with advanced Alzheimer's disease, unable to care for herself, recognize family, or comprehend her surroundings, made a full recovery in cognitive motor skills in 8 weeks after commencing by Dr. EPM. She now plays mahjong without assistance. Our second one is a 93-year-old female living with Alzheimer's. She was living in 4 years in an assisted living memory care unit. This is one of my clients. Unable to remember the many countries she traveled in her life. After 11 bi-weekly sessions, her neurologist noted that in her 20 years of practice, she was the first ever to improve enough to pass the dementia exam. So both the neurologist and the family of this client ended up purchasing our system. We have some Parkinson's case studies here, which are profound. A 69-year-old female with Parkinson's 1 year after diagnosis with mild but steadily increasing symptoms. She had a 40-minute TPVM session. Later, 2 days later, following the only session, her shaking and other symptoms remarkably improved. She ended up purchasing because she lived in a rural area and was not able to reach a clinic for these treatments. So she and her husband are self-administering these sessions, and her daughter, who is a nurse, has experienced how much this has benefited her family, especially in slowing the progression of the Parkinson's. Another interesting case from my clinic is a 64-year-old male with PSP, so that is a rapidly progressing supranuclear palsy form of Parkinson's. And it's a rare disorder causing which they do not respond to the normal Parkinson's medications, causes dysfunction in speech, movement, walking, balance, swallowing, eye movement. His doctor had given him 6 to 8 months to live. After performing light sessions on him three days a week for 2 weeks, his wife said she had her husband back. He could talk, on the phone, he could do business calls, he could write, he felt he was even golfing. And after 8 weeks of treatments, his doctor withdrew the prognosis of impending death, and he purchased the system, and he's still golfing today. We also have cases with pandas, which are phenomenal: aborted stroke, CVST stroke recovery, vaccine injury, and long COVID, gunshot wound leading to CRPS, neuroendocrine failure as well. This is a stroke recovery case study. So after 1.5 year remaining unresponsive, paralyzed, and bedridden, the patient made a full cognitive and motor recovery, 8 weeks of light therapy. So passed all of his tests, and it was a dramatic recovery. This was also done in the hospitals in Taiwan. So transcranial PBM offers an emerging non-invasive modality of treatment of cognitive and motor impairment, stroke, trauma, and disease. Case studies confirm that TPVM, cognitive recovery of MTBI, depressive syndrome, stroke, and Alzheimer's, the biophysics of 3 transcranial PBM modalities and the frequency-based mechanisms are disclosed. High-frequency brain neuromodulation for analgesic relief from pain, neurological repair and neurogenesis via NTS, and enhanced oxygen, and brain entrainment, enhancing gamma beta cognition. Like Norman Vincent Peale said, if you can change your thoughts, you can change your world. These are protocols that they only apply to people who have systems. I'd be happy to go over those with you if you are interested. I also want to thank Richard Williams, Dan Shell Kinlan, Jeff McKeever, Dr. David Kahn, and Dr. Joseph Leahy for their contributions and cases contributing to this presentation. And the companies Applied Biophotonics, LightMD, Light Doctor, my clinic UltraRed Light in Newport Beach in Southern California, and Chase Chiropractic up in Northern California. And last but not least, let's keep in touch. You can find me on LinkedIn or email me directly, brookm@lightmd.com. You can find me on social media, UltraRed Light on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. We at LightMD are interested in sales, research, both clinical and case studies, podcasts, corporate events, conferences, We are open for things, so let's dive in. Let's learn more about the brain and how photobiomodulation can affect not only the brain, but the whole body. And let's make movement to each other. Thank you again, everybody, for your time, and I love being here. Available to answer questions. Hi, founder at UltraRed Light. At UltraRed, we offer photobiomodulation, also known as light therapy, both people and animals. Today, I want to share how this non-invasive, effective therapy helps your pets live more comfortable and photobiomodulation therapy is a specific wavelength of light to penetrate deep into tissues, promoting healing, reducing inflammation, and reducing pain. Just like in humans, PBM helps recharge your pet's cells, improving energy and promoting faster recovery. This therapy is completely safe, non-invasive, and has been used successfully for decades on animals ranging from chinchillas to cats, dogs, and even horses. We commonly treat conditions like arthritis, post-op surgery recovery, heart, immune, gut health, as well as are also things that whether it's helping an aging dog regain mobility or speed up the recovery of an injured horse, UltraRed's photobiomodulation offers a natural way. At UltraRed Light, we bring the healing to your pet's home or farm. Local services allow your animal to relax. We specialize in treatment for pets. Each treatment customized to what their pet or the sessions typically last between 20 to 60 minutes.
Hey, Barbara.
The animal is treated. Most animals show signs of relaxation during our session, which include sleeping, being relaxed, licking, wagging, improvements in mobility and pain soon after. Addressing root cause, not just masking. At UltraRed, we believe that every animal, your pet is struggling with pain, illness, or injury. Our people, let's give pet a life. Contact us for details for today. When our clients move on, I think the light at the end of the tunnel. Hi, I'm Brooke.
Hey, I'm Jeff.
We are UltraRed Light Therapy. UltraRed Light Therapy is our health and wellness business, and we specialize in photobiomodulation therapy. We help people with pain, inflammation, autoimmune, gut health, and brain health. After a debilitating car accident, I was told that I would be surgery, and if not, that I'd be in pain forever and permanently disabled. I was familiar with the light device and the inventor of the system. I gave him a call and he basically said, at least try this first. Within 1 month, I weaned myself off of all pain medications. And within 6 months, I was running. Even though the industry didn't exist back then, I was determined to make it something.
Some of the ways that UltraRed Light has grown, opening in 2016 originally, was giving our clients the ability to rent our system from us nationwide.
Our mission at UltraRed Light Therapy is to empower self-healing through sustainable healthcare. Our purpose is to reduce inflammation, pain, ultimately expedite the natural healing process for all injuries and ailments. Our most popular service at UltraRed Light is our 40-minute phototherapy session.
We do offer 20, 40, and 60-minute treatments that can be anywhere from relaxation to pain management, peak performance, beauty, gut and brain health, and even stress.
Our light therapy sessions are instrumental for reducing the pain, inflammation, and helping them get their mobility back, improving the quality of life.
In your first session with us, you can expect personalized protocols based off of what you are dealing with individually, and knowing that we are going to get to the root cause of helping you.
UltraRed stands out from other light therapy businesses because of our experience, our expertise, and our equipment. There are many providers all over the world who are using our technology who have also been trained by us. We know how fast our light therapy protocols work, and if we can help somebody feel better than when they came in and also give them hope, then that's a win for us. We want to empower self-healing so that our clients can feel that the power to heal is really within themselves, and we're providing that extra source of natural, non-toxic energy so that you can do it yourself.
The future is bright for UltraRed Light. We do have some franchise opportunities coming in the near future, so be on the lookout.
Light is a medicine of the future, and we believe that the future is here now. We are proud to be at the forefront of light therapy and it being used as medicine.
Hello, my name is Lisa, and I was fortunate enough to have a red light machine for 3 months. I first went to red light because I was having problems with my hands, SIBO, and a couple of other things, but basically just really painful, really uncomfortable, bloating, if I ate even just the tiniest little thing. So it started making it very difficult to go out to eat with anybody, enjoy myself. Really, I was very uncomfortable every time I ate. And I noticed immediately that it helped. So I ended up renting so I could eat every single day. And I really did almost every day. In the past, I had tried everything holistic, like the antibiotic, I did everything. I really got rid of it. Since I have done that red light therapy, it is in check. It's gone. It's fantastic. I don't get sick when I eat. I don't have bloating. I don't have cramps. And I would recommend red light therapy for everything. I also used it on inflammatory issues, so places where I had tinnitus, that's now gone. It really is shocking how it works and how permanent that was. Not like, oh, do this for your life. So again, I would recommend it for absolutely anybody. My situation is so much better. It is amazing how happy I am with the results I have. And it's easy. I mean, it feels good. It's relaxing. Having it at home was nice because you could do it anytime, as long as you want, as little as you want. And it's the kind of thing, if I when that opportunity comes up, definitely. So, long story short, I highly recommend it for anybody.
I sent our pictures to Dad. Send it to me, okay? I will. I have it on my phone. Okay. What would you like? Come on, over here. What do you need? What do you like? Brownies. Like brownie? Fruit? Okay. And then I can sit outside. Okay? Will you take that next time? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I'll take it outside. Okay. Got water too. Something. Well, okay. Would you like some here? Have some treats. You signed up. Yeah. Yeah. That's all. Yeah. No. Brownies. There's like a flavored water. I think Brent just got some. Cucumber or lemon. It's not. Yeah. Oh, yes. Did they do it? Yes.
I was cleaning my firearm, which I used to protect and otherwise just for my own protection and safety, I cleaning it and accidentally shot myself in the leg, which was a very bad thing to do in my circumstance because I ripped up my femoral artery, my femoral nerve, and the superior vein that runs along in that same bundle. I lost was performed on me. I was able to keep my leg. I was fortunate enough to survive the whole thing. So I felt pretty down and out about my situation. Being a Division I football player, was cut off, so it sent me in a downward spiral and get pretty bad depression and sent me into the lowest of my lows. But so I went to see Dr. Jeff and just on the first day of treatment, I went home and I was using a walker at that point to walk around my house and walk around the garage and stuff like that. And after I went and got my UltraRed Light therapy, I got home and I almost threw my walker out immediately because I felt so strong and I felt the urge and the weight that like the pain was subsided enough where I could walk on my own without a walker.
So I saw a patient today. This was a story.
You're getting killed.
All she'll do is
Yeah, your laptop's still open.
stretch, and as she was stretching, the extended her knees out, stretch, and she felt a pop, like a big pop, like across the house. It doesn't happen. You have to get your knee pain. I've seen this before. I actually saw another a police officer, same thing, therapy, stretch, pop. Everybody hurt. I saw it a couple days ago. The golfer, minor little chip shot, pop, same thing. What's going on? Patients are feeling this popping sensation in front of the knee. Let me show you. Here's the collar sensation. This is a model of the right knee. Here, to your femur, patella, tendon, quadriceps tendon. The patella is in a groove. There's a groove there. So what happens is this quadriceps pulls during the stretch. There's a little bit of hyperextension to the knee. Let me show you what happens when you hyperextend the knee. See how the patella floats a little bit? That's really important. So the patient I saw today, she was actually hyperflexible. She had hyperextension of the knees like this. And this is what happened. She stretched, she pulled, and she had a little bit of a valgus leg already. Valgus, so increased Q angle. So stretch, hyperextension, pull, pops back in. Okay, so that's the pop. The pop is patella goes out, snaps back in. So once again, this is what happens. Let me show you my knee. Okay, so stretch, hyperextension, and as soon as you get a little bit of valgus, the vector, the force vector changes. Instead of just going up, you go like this, you pull, the patella pops out, patella pops out, pops back in, and you get a subluxation. So if you look at the knee now, the skeleton of the knee, okay, this is a cross section of the knee, right? So cross section, we're looking at like this. That's what we're looking at. I showed you the cross section of the knee. So when subluxates pops back in, you end up being loose the medial side because it's stretched, and you get a bone bruise. Sometimes a bone bruise here, sometimes a bone bruise there, and then you get damage to the undersurface of the bone. That's what they call it, bone. So if you get damage under here, we call it photobiomodulation patella. If you get a stretched out ligament over here, we call it persistent instability or patella maltracking. So what do we do about this? This is actually the message that I want to pass on. Yeah. Number one, if you experience a clunk, especially with hyperextension of the knee or a minor movement, subluxate your patella can cause some further damage to areas that will either further subluxations or pain in the front of the knee. So if this has happened to you and you have pain in the front of the knee, especially when you're going up and downstairs, you probably damage the patella. You have a lot of weight on you.
So fun.
Right, no running.
How we recover from knee surgery? Let's take a look. Look, knee surgery is super common, but what if that recovery process could be a whole lot better? After a total knee replacement, the first big enemy is swelling. It really slows everything down. And it's not a small problem. We're talking about 1 in 5 patients dealing with severe swelling. That means you've got less strength, your knee can't move well, and you're just facing a longer recovery. But what if there was another way? A non-invasive therapy that literally uses light to help you heal. It's called photobiomodulation therapy. Basically, it uses light to reduce inflammation and boost circulation. And this is what it looks like. These LightMD pads just wrap right around the patient's leg. Sounds cool, right? But the big question is, does it actually work? Scientists in Taiwan tested it out. So they took 30 patients, split them in 2. One group got standard care, the other got that plus daily light therapy. To track swelling, they used a method that's kind of like a smart scale for measuring fluid in the leg. All right, so after 6 days, what did they find? Did the light make any difference at all? Oh yeah, you can see it right here. The orange line. I tell people have way less swelling. Okay, less swelling is great, but did it actually help people get back on their feet? The results from the walking test are pretty shocking. The light therapy group walked much, much farther. How much farther? A whopping 69% farther. That is a huge leap in mobility. But here's what's interesting. For pain and range of motion, there wasn't a significant difference. Why not? Turns out the hospital's existing pain management plan was just really, really good already. The study's conclusion is pretty clear. This therapy is a safe way to cut down that initial swelling. So the big takeaway, it reduces swelling, helps you walk better, and could be a major tool to speed up recovery. Become the new standard of care after
You guys are allowed to come in these rooms, but you cannot leave that door. Wait, come, I can show you.
Long-term functional outcomes. UltraRed Light, new coffee, educator, LightMD's Mark II photobiomodulation technology. She specializes in advanced clinical photobiomodulation applications for chronic pain, for inflammation, and tissue recovery. Training practitioners nationwide from her Light Academy curriculum and real-world treatment protocols. Today she'll be sharing with us photobiomodulation for chronic pain, a mitochondrial approach to faster recovery. Brooke, thank you so much for joining us as a speaker on the Pain Summit. Please take it away.
Hi, I'm Brooke McKeever. Thank you for having me. I'm talking today about photobiomodulation for chronic pain. We're going to approach it with mitochondria and how they can allow faster recovery for pain, injury, and post-surgical. A systems problem. It's often not a local acute issue. When energetic, bioenergetic capacity here comes a that's difficult to turn off. So one of the things that it is about capacity. So when our capacity, which
all right, let's tackle a huge point of confusion. Therapeutic light versus therapeutic heat. You know, a lot of people think they're the same thing, even some medical codes, but are they? And that creates a real misunderstanding about how these very different therapies actually work. So first, let's talk thermotherapy. The benefits here come from a thermal process, the body's reaction to heat. This is called thermoregulation. Basically, your body detects the heat, and its natural cooling system just kicks right in. First, sensors detect heat. Then your circulation ramps up. And finally, sweating cools you down. So get this. The benefit isn't the heat itself, but your body's amazing circulatory response to it. Okay, now let's switch gears to photobiomodulation, or PBB. This is a totally different photochemical process. There's this optical window where certain light can go right through tissue to reach cells deep inside. Once inside, photons act like a key, targeting a specific enzyme in the cell's powerhouse, mitochondria. And that activation supercharges the cell's energy, which kicks off repair and a ton of other benefits. And look at this energy difference. It's massive. PBT photons pack way more punch than thermal energy. So what's the bottom line? Thermal therapy is thermal. PBT is photochemical. Two different worlds. With PBT, any heat is just a side effect. It is not the main reason it works. Okay, so why should you care? Well, these different mechanisms need totally different medical uses. I mean, PBT can do things heat just can't, like help nerves grow and slash inflammation. The source material really hits the nail on the head here. Common PBT of heating is just misleading.
Right after NASA published their studies about wound healing in space with red light and maintaining bone density with near infrared light, this device was developed by Dan Shell initially in APL 2000. So regardless, it was around since early 2000, and then in 2016, Dan with Richard Williams took the next level, amplified the engineering and brought all of our approvals from the FDA, FCI, all in a nutshell. It's super safe. It can be used in hospitals. Materials are hospital grade. There's about 40 patents on it. And it's really a sophisticated light device, more so than consumer devices. I'm Brooke McKeever, owner and operator. You guys can do it together. I'm not going to share about some medical candles or LED lights or face masks and share how that can be life changing. What I am going to share is how this medical technology that's been around for 25 years actually helped me to avoid surgery and has helped thousands of us with pain, inflammation, performance, brain health, and so much more. Without further ado, every single one of you runs where you serve moments that test everyone else's highways, fires, and chaos. Not just on the mind, but deep in the body. Our bodies hold on to that. Let's not the great science out leaders. It's weakness, it's the body's way of saying, I carried a lot, I can carry more, but let's offload the heavy so I can keep it. An UltraRed Light, we use LightMD, PBM system, medical grade light therapy, restores energy for the body needs. These red and near infrared wavelengths with frequency charge the tiny little engines. When you're self-recapping, your body doesn't heal itself. Regulate. Rebuild. For CHP officers and law enforcement, it helps downshift after firefighters, it supports recovery. For medics and dispatchers, it can calm the stress response and restore focus. For hospital teams, it renews energy after long hours of harsh light in harsh conditions. Different uniforms, biology, health under pressure, food, energy. This light specifically restores energy along the heart. It's all about light giving that energy back to yourself so that they with deep cellular support. It's non-invasive, it's drug-free, it's tangible. It works fast, and you can feel it pretty much right away. It doesn't hurt while you're applying it or doing sessions. It feels really good and helps you take a deep breath. Strength and resilience gets you through the call. Recovery is what gets you through the call. You take care of everyone else. This is one way to take care of the system. Your system that takes care of you. This is red light. It also does UltraRed Light, which you can see. This can be used for brain support. So it can be for stress relief, it can be for depression, it can be for anxiety, it can be for PTSD. It just depends on what you have to pulse frequency to put you in a special training state. Hands free, easy to use, comfortable, and very good. The other second half.
In here, come on. Water, lemon water, nuts, fruit. Brownies. Straight down. I was just. And sell the technology. Have a disaster response team that's been using this through fire department. They own it for disaster recovery. Thank you so much.
Alice from Roy. With children, athletes, and adults working through a variety of mental health issues. And with LightMD for a year and a half now, I've also been doing some work with anti-pneumonia treatments. The process training firsthand, whether it be through our formats or face to face. Currently in SoCal now, finishing up some of the training process. Let's get some more hands on with different devices. So it's nice that they walk you through firsthand, working with the Pro machines I have, and then also elaborating a little bit further and more in depth with the other devices we offer. And pieces. So, experience, and I personally use the devices prior to starting with the mental health clinic as so I encourage anyone that is interested in putting very less treatment into their office as you have there for treatment to mental therapy, PBIs for concussions. That's really what kind of get in touch with them and keep the process rolling. So I'll soon mention thank you.
Literally got and then I was introduced to the light, and that immediately started to help me to regain the feeling in my hands and to be able to use them and be like I have a normal life again. So I would highly recommend the light to anybody for any kind of pain or any problem.
I remember I had a picture of me.
The light has given me back my life.
Hi everyone, I'm Brooke McKeever and I'm thrilled to be here with you all from the HK conferences. So thank you so much for the invite, Dr. Mustafa Geddes and the Geddes Neural Network. I greatly appreciate being here with you all, and I'd love to answer any questions that you may have as well. And let's dive into photobiomodulation, brain transcranial photobiomodulation. This presentation is and light Corporation of Applied Biophotonics, a worldwide company. Cognitive disorders encompass a broad spectrum of neurological deficits. This includes Alzheimer's and dementia or memory-related diseases, mild cognitive impairment, early onset dementia, temporal dementia, Lewy body dementia, stroke-related cognitive dysfunction, or we have TBI, NTBI, concussions, neurological diseases such as MS and Parkinson. So we start with brain functions, frontal lobe with the cognition and motor skills, parietal is perception, temporal lobes, memory and audio, occipital is vision, hindbrain, memory and motor as well. Brainstem, you've got the autonomic nervous system, metabolism, as well as the connection with the spinal cord from the brain to the spine, so the central nervous system. You've got the ganglia with interneural communication, and corpus callosum with the left and right brain communication. Now, for the pathology, we can have motor dysfunction, cognitive disorders, metabolic dysfunction, or endocrine dysfunction. And these can come from etiologies such as MTBI, concussion, strokes, hypoxia, or hypoglycemia, oncogenic infections, metabolic dysfunction, allergies, toxins, or defects. Some comorbidities brains as hypertension, diabetes, arteriosclerosis, inflammation, autoimmunity, and genetic conditions. Today's cognitive health challenge is that reality. There is often for pharmaceuticals. They're just not good viable options, and I found cures for these, or anything that and to dramatically slow down the process. So neuropathic cognitive impairment is a pervasive and growing problem. We also have chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, brain fog and inflammation. The common brain neurological etiologies are TBI, mostly from accidents or sports injuries. The type of different strokes that can occur are ischemic, hemorrhagic, or TIA. We've got also drugs toxicity, so overdoses with narcotics, also pharmaceutical addictions, age-related neurodegenerative diseases. Also affecting the brain is Lyme, herpes, and long COVID, as well as mitochondrial bioenergetics. There is lack of therapeutic options, which is where we come in. So, increasing light and photobiomodulation. The photobiomodulation is a therapeutic application. Red lights of living cells, which invokes metabolic and gene expression to combat disease, injury, and pain. On your screen here, you'll see what the LightMD Mark II system looks like. It can fit in a shoebox or a backpack. It can be carried with you. It can be used in hospitals. It is hospital materials. You'll see Light Doctor, that's our sister company from Applied Biophotonics that operates in Asia. This is a professional product used by professionals, hospitals, doctors, but also consumers. It is medical grade quality, hospital safe, FCC certified to not interfere with any other technology, radio waves, or anything that's going to the body. It's also IEC rated I-safe. Now, there are a lot of light devices out, and this certification is imperative as a lot of the treatments are beauty treatments, plus over the brain, you often will have the light in your eyes. So it's important that this is eye safe. It's also FDA and GMP manufacturing approved,
So we've been through multiple audits and audits. So it is non-invasive. It's non-toxic. We are not adding materials in the pads, not harbor bacteria like cover neoprene materials that you've seen. It is kidney and liver. So this treatment can't damage or have negative side effects besides dehydration and hair control. So it's completely safe to use. It's been tried and tested since the early 2000s. It is not a drug or pharmaceutical, and last but not least, it's very convenient and comfortable. It's easy to use, it's easy to operate, and the results are amazing. So we've got versatile software and precise control of the photobiomodulation. So the Mark II PBM system has reconfigurable light pads. You can see these pads here. They're in 2 sets of 3, meaning that you can treat 2 areas of the body at once. The gut, the heart, the brain, the spine, the lungs, or you can do the brain and the knee. So it can literally, or you can do 2 brains at once. So it is quite user friendly, and it is controlled with dynamic frequencies as well. You can configuration time. You can adjust the irradiance, so the brightness of the LEDs, which will affect the overall power. You can do a precise dose, which is fluid. So this is a big thing right now. Big topic in the industry. Getting precise doses. So a lot of studies are coming out with doses. This system allows you to control the dose. So it's already it's algorithmic sessions. Use also a hierarchical software. Let's dive into the biophysical mechanisms of biomodulation. Light absorbing molecules, which are in mitochondria of our cells. Mitochondria is known as the powerhouse of the cell. In these, the chromophores are cytokine oxidase, also nitric oxide. You have lipid protein, water homeostasis, mast cells. You also have the transit receptor potential for calcium cation. So when the light hits the tissue, specifically the cells and the mitochondria, this process, the photochemical process occurs. Okay, so the cytochrome C oxidase responds to the light, it enhances the mitochondrial membrane potential, and starts the process of ATP synthesis. Second, so we have signals, nitric oxide released from the cell, allowing for fresh oxygenation into it. You have calcium cation modulation. And you also have nuclear transcription. The physiology
So I didn't know any. I only kind of gauged by the.
coordinating to whatever we're saying that we want to. We also have thank you for coming. Beautiful mom. Yeah. Yes. Also comes this line we have shopping after this process. This like really rare hours is going to be 8 is generated from the light energy, so ATP phosphate is energy. There's no color. In the process of 1 to 3 weeks, 3 to 5 times a week, depends on what we're working on. That's when the major process of inflammation, major edema, definitely. The process it is started for hours with the light therapy, but to get that complex level of healing, it really takes 1 to 3 weeks. After that, we have greater than 3 weeks, we have homeostasis. The equilibrium is going to be reached with a healthy cell state, physiologic equilibrium. Now, this can take 3 months, it can take a year. It just depends on how far out of homeostasis that individual that we're working with is. I can give you an example. We have a client who was way out of whack, and the doctors, 4 different doctors, an oncologist, rheumatologist, endocrinologist, and internal medicine, as well as naturopaths. These doctors thought that she would be better here, estimated 2 to 3 years. In 4 months, we got homeostasis. So it can happen a lot faster. Speed up the natural healing process for all injury, illness, and disease. So Mark II's transcranial photobiomodulation is unlike any other because number one, we can treat a large area. So these pads can treat up to 1,200 centimeter squares. There's over 1,200 LEDs working on this to penetrate the surface of the skin and to provide this overall fluid energy that's going to help you heal yourself. The pads are easy to place and forget. You don't have to hold them on. We usually have a wrap to put them in place. Or we have a mechanical arm.
So I was doing little like talks here. I have your get the email through the ISA. Okay, but I have some recordings and stuff, or it's also on our YouTube. So I'm hoping myself. Military, I have other elements as well. Use the 3 pads, there are 2 pads. Back of their neck, back of the head, people often just need whirl people even have it going frontal lobe to the back of the neck and the forehead. So you can treat the forehead with both the neck collar or the regular pad. So either way, we can cover all regions of the brain. The pads are flexible, so they bend to match the skull contours. This is super important because you want the light to hit the surface of the skin at right angles. So all of these pads can contain both red and near infrared light. It's important to have both. Near infrared light is the light that's going to penetrate the skull the most.
Red light also is going to penetrate the skull, but just not as deep. Our system also uses pulse frequency, so controlling this is important. There are sequence sessions, and we have silicone covers to hypoallergenic and to keep everybody's skin cells to themselves. And then it says also the neck for the brainstem and vagus nerve. Does light penetrate the cranial skull? Yes. So just getting into this, we show that near infrared and red light penetrates the skull bone. This was a study done in 2012 in a cadaver. So see how far that is going to penetrate. I'd like to see the new style of cadavers that Dr. Ross and his neural network are working with, which are pretty lifelike. It's fascinating. I'd like to see if this changes and to track the penetration. So that would be something fun to look at and to add to this research. So penetration depth depends on the wavelength. So that means the red or the near infrared in the 600 or the 800 range. The frontal skull in women and men and different ages and sizes varies. So that is a factor. Studies confirm both red and near infrared brain. Majority of cognitive deficits involve the cerebral cortex injuries, so frontal lobe of the cerebrum. Cerebrum and cerebellum affect motor neurons and coordination. So you can see in the left parietal skull, the near infrared is the one with 8.3%, whereas the red is 1.7. In the left parietal skull, another model had 9.7 and 4.4. Two models in the front had 4.4 and 7.4 versus 0.3 and 1.8. So as you can
We did UNESCO. So I've been reading it for years, and I'm like, all right, this is it. We're gonna do it whatever we have. So we had like class and that what we're like
They seem to be a hit with somebody, so and kids enjoy it. Yeah. Okay, okay. They get a consultation, 40 minutes to get 2 to 4 areas treated. Normally 40 minutes is $90. We also do packages, so if I take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then other people come for an hour. Hours for 120. And you can do either more concentrated longer on each area, or you can do 6 areas. And so some people will come to us for mold elements, and they'll use 2 machines. So I'll do 2 hours worth of work in 1 hour because I have
Double
2 machines.
machines.
Yeah, if I have people post-op, and they have metal.
Mold
and
is
then-
bad. Mold is, you get that and you're done.
It's tough, but I use
Oh,
with the customized frequencies. If I know the type of mold, and people have to test and see the mold, I can find the right frequency and program that in and drive the lighting with that right frequency and get the results. And so the more I know, the more I know. Same with like parallel, I know the exact type. I can just try to put it in. It might work, it might not, but usually it does better than just. Same as tissue type. If I have a ligament versus a bone versus a nerve, I'm going to do the ligament frequencies. And if I was just doing, and if I'm targeting osteoporosis or a fracture, I'm going to do the bone.
So I did a little body surfing and still got my neck wrong for like a week. And I was too big. It still might be a too big. So how is this? I mean, when I say like it's way better today, otherwise I was gonna have to go see someone. You're not gonna like not. Very short. So same thing. It just heals back up and then.
You want to try it?
Okay.
Do a little sample session.
Thank you. And I will come back for the 55.
And if you want to go. I just don't want to leave her alone without. Yeah. With it. I'm gonna go to the restroom.
they are both busy right now, so I'll have to figure out a time to connect them. Dot dot dot. So funny, period. Love it. Dot dot dot. I love that you are finding his passion and internal abilities that come naturally to him to use them for good, period. I love that. Dot dot dot. I can't wait for him to tell me about it on Monday, period. There's a good saying that I like to say, dot dot dot. He can sell ice to an Eskimo. Exclamation mark. I am the exact opposite. Dot dot dot. I'm the one who pays both price and tips first people, period. So a guy from my huggers texted me this morning. He was like, "Oh, we missed you this morning." Blah 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 blah. I said, "I'll see you tomorrow." And he lives actually across from me. He's in and he was like, "I should have your brother talk with my great friend as the CEO and developed." And I was like, "Oh, yeah." Sometimes when I try to share information, instead of realizing it's a connected community, like never when I showed them the light stuff in my eyes, you know, I'm like, "Oh, we just showed them this." Yeah. Send me the picture. I started to. In your bag of treats, Mom? How? I'm sending it to you. wake up, girl. Second one on the second floor. Oh, really? You don't feel like waking up yet? Get some food. Get it. Hi, Yala. Get it. Come on. Wake up. Wake up. Ella Blue. Ella. Or not. Bye. Can you believe we only have 8 days of school left? Question mark. Actually, 7. Here's a water. Okay, I'm gonna go walk. I gotta get home to Ella. Thank you.
Want some fruit, Andrea?
I'm just like,
So like when people say things like that, to me, what do I say to?
Be like, oh, they've been doing this for.
Okay, thank you. I was like, sometimes people
They
say
have
things
their own,
like that to me.
they have their own very sophisticated technology.
Okay,
you know?
and sometimes I'm always, and I know it's different, but I don't know what to say. Okay.
That, because it's like, everybody wants to.
Yeah, and I say that sometimes, like, it's not the one you buy at Nordstrom's, it's the medical grade, like, I don't really know what I'm saying. No, that's good.
Thank you. You just need to take off.
Oh,
I guess I just have their own.
Oh.
And yeah, he found out what.
You want me to walk with you?
You gotta. And always here doing. Oh, I got my name.
how much it is. That was telling me.
Three businesses.
Yeah, you can get it.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm taking that for a second.
okay, here.
Perfect. And I can't wait for your review.
I am, you said it to me?
And I sent it to you. I don't know. Wait till you like disappear.
Did you just call it?
I just was like,
You call it. So you're gonna go tomorrow?
no. Everything was called off too. Like it was called off after 2 days. They just because he disappeared. For sure, but it's just you know, something's extra.
Because Sam's like all innocent. I was like, she definitely.
No, you couldn't. The reality put out this nation of bad things that he left, that in actuality he left. But the fact that he she is like,
Maybe he just wanted some.
yeah, and that's weird. Like she's been on the
She's like, pretty, yeah, I know about it.
yeah,
And maybe he got his friends.
yeah.
I have my own car. I don't know.
Is he waiting on you?
Yeah, he's getting my car fixed right now.
So he's waiting.
So he's waiting. Yeah.
He's one of it.
Where is he today?
I'll be good. Thank
Tomorrow,
you.
I'm actually going out and going to the.
Same place next year, May 16th.
Can't wait. I just had one.
I'll take it.
Another one.
There's lots more fruit.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Bye.
We'll shut this door.
Thank you. Are our signs in from downstairs or no?
I don't know about downstairs.
Just, we don't do anything, no
We're
worries.
like putting inside the place.
Somebody was cleaning.
Perfect, thank you. Bye, guys. just brownies. We just want brownies, huh? No, you sure? Not a computer? Oh.
And I just need. Thank you so much for amazing appreciate it.
Byron, thanks for coming.
See you on Monday, but I will call.
Yeah,
if,
call.
if no, I just call.
No problem.
Have an amazing weekend and very easy and wonderful trip.
Thank you.
See you soon. Bye bye.
No worries, I can get it. like it, all the natural light. Like I never. When it's dark, I'm like, oh. Just like people come in and their shoulders drop and they feel like their stress lowers just coming in here.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to. Did you want any fruit or nuts? We have questions. Like anything? Oh, I put some watermelon on there.
I'm just gonna take a picture of
That one?
Yeah. As you heard, can't tell you if it's a month or 3 months, but at the end of Irvine, 17th is the Ralphs. Because the H hardware building.
Yeah.
We're getting her one.
I know.
Our wall is already falling out.
I know. Like, oh great, I can't go in there because I know myself.
So my joke is, which you will buy two of.
Which you will buy two. Every time you go. Because you have to.
The first time I did somebody, Sienna got and right up, right, I'm like, that was my first LA parking experience. Like, walk in and like, so this was, I looked at the prices, I didn't really bother. I'm kind of like, I need one of those and one of those.
You have a little basket, right?
I walked down, listen, this was 10 years ago, it was $90. And I'm like, $90? What is $90?
What did I get in here?
That store, like one in Dallas, we used to have to work out that way. That hotness on a hot bar, that deli, dude. I don't know how they're screaming things.
Yeah.
Bringing cocaine or sugar or something. I want more of that.
I know.
Dude,
It's something, the vibration, like it's so good. I've been the one in like Venus or whatever.
Horrible parking.
Horrible. Somebody waited in the car. My husband waited in the car. Yeah. Ran into my sister in the park, walking straight towards me, doesn't even notice me. Going to USC grad school, and I'm like, Emma, like we're from Texas. I'm like, Emma? First of all, you're only 24, 23. What are you doing by here for marijuana? This is my first time. She's like, oh, hey, sis, yeah, we're good. We're trying to like go do some dinner. Like, my friends are like walking in front of me across the street from there, whatever. Got a basket of stuff. I was like, I just literally have. And of course, you're like, oh, yeah, I'll splurge a little on this.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait, splurge a little on this. This is a full meal. Got a few snacks here. What the heck? Yeah, but I'm actually excited because this gives us another option. And they can to each other.
I know you know the story 5 years ago, roughly, in the parking lot at 19th and before. Yes, like, what was our guy? These two women started mothers 30 years ago. They were hitting on a bike. I'm not saying bell bottom, but the whole thing. They're like, I mean, in your shade that him when they're like,
because they're like super healthy, organic meat.
so they sold out. Those guys immediately. Nothing against meat or alcohol. Just load up that soda. I don't care about the meat. Alcohol, I have a pretty big one. I don't need to eat.
Eat that when you're.
I don't want the vibration. All you have to do is look up. Don't need that. I'm gonna have it in the back because I can't imagine that maybe. So, that. I heard Erline switch to somebody and that, but I guess it's going to be happy for I can see because mothers, but mothers started using this.
Well, it's Amazon. I'm from Austin, so my friends work there from the beginning. As a distribution, they no longer, we never did.
Oh,
so she's worked there since they started, and now she's never bought any other food. Just Whole Foods, that's all she's been dedicated because she has a good position there. And she's like, I'm here for my company because they give us 0% discount.
That is
at Amazon.
Something I don't know what to say.
And she has a fire like right now.
Like this, I actually put an application in others years ago. I said, I don't want to be in the store on the kitchen. I don't know the boxes. Tell me to put the bananas here. I can get a workout.
So you
I
can get
food discount. I told them that. She goes, you're overqualified. I'm like, well, I know. But
You're
I
like,
need
but
to do
did
something.
you hear me? I like your food. I want more of it.
And so no discount.
No discount.
And then I know the story about Whole Foods when he literally getting organic right places. Like, everybody goes, yeah. And the price is, you know, I will corner the market and I the price. And the guy's like, yes. Somebody's like, FCC, your emails, buddy. It's like, you wrote this. You're trying to. No, I know that. But their canola oil, I didn't know other stuff with the canola oil. I don't want any of this. And I get, oh, I'm the one that's. Right word. I can't eat at Bristol Farms anymore. I used to. Max Jordan and I up in LA. And Max, what are you doing at Bristol Farms?
Are they using?
There's something that I can't eat. Yeah, you look at that, you don't get that because you don't. And I'm like, okay, I'll do this cheese salad, something else. I'm looking, you know what? I kind of 2 minutes later, I'm like, something like that. I just like, and I don't know if anybody else is not saying that.
Their market and that. Have you been to Five Cafes?
I like Five.
They do those seating.
They love seating.
Have you ever been in? It's a little ways away from here, but have you ever been to Oceans and Earth in?
No,
It's
never heard of
100%
it.
free.
Love it.
It's the best gluten-free restaurant in America.
Ocean and Earth.
Oceans and Earth. It's family level restaurant.
So Yorba Linda out to 91.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out like right in Yorba Linda. It's in the strip center. It's you have to make reservations. They're open like Tuesday to Saturday. And it's reservations only.
Oceans and
And
Earth.
they make everything handmade, scratch steak, all gluten free. So like the sardines on the salad are breaded in like gluten free breadcrumbs. All their desserts, handmade sauces, handmade. They got like a truffle barbecue.
Obviously, some family doing this.
A chef Adam, and maybe he's from Brooklyn, Oregon. He's like the grows hydroponic. It's all no seed oils, no gluten. Like I'm gluten free like now, so anytime I take people, they're like, this is crazy.
It's not jacked with fat and sugar and
No,
salt.
and it's literally the only place I'll go because I can eat everything.
Wow, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
You too. I'm gonna. Yeah. That has my cell and anything else you want to take one too.
Good with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you as well. Thanks for providing.
Too.
I'm glad you just stopped by anyways.
Yeah, I wasn't done, but I did too. I'm gonna take one of these.
Got it.
I like how you can go little.
Fun for the kids.
Nice meeting you,
All
bro.
right, nice to meet you. I'll see you next time.
Good night.
I see love. I just had the random guy that came. Mom was funny. She like didn't want to leave because she's like, there's a guy here. I don't want you by yourself. And I was like, Helen, Olya, and Brandon are in the back too. And she goes, oh, okay. And I'm like, plus, I was like, he got the email, so like it's somebody on my email list, so it's not a stranger. Like you can go. He's here for this. But
a little bit of delay, you know, there some cars, a lot of cars are not a lot of cars. They had a couple bricks.
Oh,
so
shit.
basically, I'm at Target right now, just checking out to get the key working.
Oh, I had the batteries in there, sweetie. Had them in the front console underneath the TV. I told her that like last week. I put it in my car. You were there. They're right there on the front, like in the open car. Yeah. All right. So now you have to go back in line. You're just look for me. All right. All right.